Greetings, gromies and homies of YouTube. Welcome to Cannabis Grow Live. We're out at the lake, chilling by the campfire. Got a floodlight going, so I'm not sitting in the dark. Looking like a crazy person talking to myself. Probably look like a crazy person sitting in the light talking to myself. So, right there. Thank you, everybody. Just up at the lake. Trying to get this fire started. I only, been putzing for about 5 minutes. So I had it going, and then I stalked some logs, and then it stopped doing fire stuff. Here we go. I ain't gonna go now. Maybe. Who knows? Howie! Yeah, give me a sec here to figure out how to post a link. I will do that. You're welcome to come up and join me while I sit by the campfire light. I hope that works. Hopefully you can see that. Hopefully you can come up. Hopefully I can get this whole internet thing to work. Yay! There we go. I got fire. I got fire. My dog's chilling right there. Marley and Snoop Dog. Killing it. There you go. Okay. Go there. Go there. And go there. And there's my dog blocking the fire. Yeah, I decided to do that. Who's your good boy? Me? Who's your good boy? All I can see is a goddamn plug now. There we go. Beautiful shot of the sky this evening. Oop, almost lost my lighter to the depths of the dark. Gonna get a little cross-faded this evening. Got some of my favorite drink, Crown Royal. Oh, banana, 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 banana. Ah! Now, what did I do with my cup? I had a cup. There it is. And if I run out of this, I have some wine that my aunt gave me. And by some, I mean 3 cases of wine. Some of which she made, some of which she did not. Oh yeah. There we go. Got the trusty plastic cup for camping needs. There you go. Trusty. Well, there you go. In case I drop it, don't feel like a fool. Other than wearing Oh, I whoopee dog. No, you can't have booze. Yeah, I know you like the booze, but you gotta stay away. No, you can't have those either. You have to wait. You have to wait. You have to wait until it is time. Let me figure this out here. That cord keeps getting in the way. Keeps ruining my shot. I'm having issues. Technical difficulties, as it were. 6 minutes in, I haven't got this. All the cords. There we go. There we go. Getting high by campfire light. Dun, dun, dun. You want to snort? You want to snort? No, I didn't think so. I know you have to wait for the mallows. You will get some, but you have to wait. Mongolio, cheers. The link is not pinned, but should be there. If it's not, let me know. Welcome to come up and join me while I enjoy my lovely campfire. Oh yeah. Lovely evening tonight. Did some leaf blowing. Got, I would say, I got most of the yard done. I got this huge pile over here I still got to deal with, and a couple of spots I still got a leaf blow, but I would say I'm probably about 7/8 of the done. There's still leaves on the trees, but hey, you know what? 10 million leaves less is 10 million leaves less for the spring. And I'll give her another go before I leave here. Yes, indeed I will. Well, let's get this joint rolled, or get a joint rolled. This one in particular is a joint. I got my dabby dabs as well. I think I brought my hash with me too. By the campfire line. Oh yeah. Oh, Ali, his name is Dozer, as in like bulldozer, because he's got a head like a shovel. But I could call him Gozer. Gozer, they're Gozerian. This is weed, man. Like, I don't know what you think you're getting, but this is just weed. I know I have marshmallows. I know you know that. You need to chill, man. Fire's not at marshmallow potential cooking. But Dad, I wants the marshmallows. It's like, I know you got some. I know you got the mallows, Dad. I know you got marshmallows. I knows it. The nose knows it. That's just a leaf. Wubby dog is chilling out with me tonight. All right. All right. All right. All right. Make sure there's no seeds in this bud I'm about to smoke. Look at that, doggy. You're internet famous. I don't have anything. Would you like to see? It's just weed. It's just weed. That's all I got. All I got is cannabis. Don't got nothing else. Nope, nope. All I got is weed. Dabs and hash. Ooh, there's a loon on the lake. There is. And maybe if we're lucky enough, it'll give us that creepy, spooky loon call. There we go. Got a joint to some dark matter diesel. Oh, you want a snort of that? Yeah, you want a snort of that? I mean, really, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want a snort of that? It's dog and campfire light. Da 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 da. Oh, is there sky raisins? Eh? Are those mosquitoes bothering you? Yeah. No. You go lie down. No. No. Dad says no. No. Dad says no. He's after the marshmallows. After my marshmallows. I will share, but you have to have patience. You have to have patience. Doobies by campfire light. Once I get a nice bed of ambers, we'll do the marshmallow thing before I put a magic fire stick in there, and you guys can see what I do to entertain my kids around the fire. Cheers, Manic. Welcome. Just out camping, smoking a joint, sitting around the fire. No. Well, this is, I mean, I could have one at my place, but I'm actually at my aunt's cabin right now, which is about 600 kilometers from home. But I just burned 2x4s at home. Neil, welcome, welcome, welcome. You know it's me because I got the Converse with the orange laces. All right. Yeah, just me and my dog for 5-6 days. I'm not too sure. I haven't decided when I'm going back yet. I am solo. No kids, no wife, no worries. Oh, yeah. Burn, baby, burn. This is what I'm smoking on right now. Yeah, it's a jar of weed, dog. And you're in my light. You're ruining my camera shot. Weed. Smoking the weed. Yeah, and I did all the heavy lifting as far as things that my aunt requires for me, other than maintenance to this place. I found out some wonderful news. Well, I mean, I got a lot of wonderful news yesterday, but I won't have any kind of fight to keep this place. My aunt has decided to leave it to me with her estate, or in her estate when she passes. Yeah, she gifted me an Atari 2600. It's the wood grain one, which is cool. Yeah, you better just go lie down. Yeah, you go lie down. Yeah, I got nothing for you. It's an empty bag. Boop! Ooh, who we got? We got a guest. Who's come to hang out? The real Long Holio.
Cheers. Let it jump up for a bong.
Cheers.
Yeah. That's my phone fucking rings back again. God damn it.
So yeah, we might get lucky and hear a loon tonight.
Put me on the little fucking put that fire on the big screen.
Okay, let me see.
Well, you can do whatever you want. I'm just making a suggestion.
Well, that's a good idea actually. Layout. That's the one I'm looking for, right? Big one.
I like the fire. Fire! 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 Spit on me! I'm on fire!
I don't know how to do that. Give me a sec here. What's going on?
You push all the buttons and eventually.
Yeah, push all the buttons. It'll eventually do something. Is that good?
That's fucking
that big or
awesome.
There you go. That'll work.
I'm chopping.
That sounds like a dead
speakers on StreamYard.
That sounds like a dead lighter.
No, that's me chopping.
Is this fresh like stuff that you've recently harvested?
This is the last 2 buds of my own strain that I'm going to smoke. My outdoor still hanging for the most part. It's been hanging 7-8 days now. Getting there. This is my previous indoor, so no and yes.
Is this the stuff that you took got seeds from an outdoor plant or something?
Yeah. Grew some weed outside, got some seeds, planted it, grew that weed. Now I'm smoking it.
And how is it different from the original one that you had outside?
Yeah, the original was Granddaddy Purple, and this doesn't taste like grape, or it's a whole new weed. Once I smoke these 2 buds, it will be gone in history. Although I do have more seeds, I don't know if I'll get the same. Like, I'm going to plant more. I don't know if I'll get a grapier one out of it or the same shit or what, but I really like it either way.
That's good. My dog is stupid, and he may just burn his tail because he's that stupid. He's come close a couple of times and turning around. But yeah, he's fucking begging hard right now. He thinks I have marshmallows, which I do, which I'm going to share, but I'm not ready to eat marshmallows just yet.
Oh yeah.
So you're ruining my shot, dog. Like, I know dogs are cute, but nobody wants to see your jowls. Like, come on, go lay down.
Stoney might want to see his jowls.
See, they want to see your eyes. You're cute. No, I got nothing. Go away. Fuck. Go away. Oh, trust me, that is not going to work. Not with this dog, man. And you know what? My wife and I, we still even try and get him to howl. You know, maybe in his old age, he just didn't give a fuck or whatever. But I don't know, man. Like, twice. He's 15, twice. And they were the most pathetic howls you will ever hear out of a goddamn hound.
Right.
Yeah. He's part lab, part hound. And he doesn't howl, and he hates water. What kind of fucking hound lab cross do I have? Fucking labs love water. Like, as far as bathing the dog, I've had to take the dog indoors to bathe him because I touch a hose and he's gone.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. I touch a hose, he's gone. He does not like water. Never has. Although I did teach him to swim in the event of emergency. So what, like, he doesn't like hoses and getting wet, but he wasn't so bad when I taught him how to swim when he was a young pup. It's not that he's afraid of water. He just doesn't like water. Like, he'll get wet and he'll just be like, all right. And once I'm wet, I'm like, okay, I'm not happy about it, but I'm not like biting you and shit, right?
I threw a guy in the water that couldn't swim once.
Wow, how'd that go?
I thought he was lying.
Wow.
Like, well, I was like, everyone knows how to fucking dog paddle or something, right? No, fucking, it was evident as soon as he hit the water. It's like, oh, I gotta go and jump in and get him. Oh, fuck.
My dad doesn't know how to swim. Doesn't know how to swim.
Son?
Like, not at all. And what's weird is he's ex-military.
Oh.
And he never learn to swim. And he's 70 plus now. 70 years, never learned to swim.
This guy learned to dog paddle by the end of the day and was all stoked. But I thought he was joking. He was like, oh, I can't swim at all. I was like, fuck off. And then I chucked him in. I was like, whoa. That's not fucking. You don't move
Yeah,
like that.
my dad apparently, because I've never seen him in water ever. Like I've never seen him in a pool. I've never seen him in a river. Never. Like we went to when we were kids and stuff. We used to come up here as a family, and never saw him by the lake ever. Had no interest in it. He's just like, I asked him, I'm like, how come you can't swim? As a kid, you know, it's just like, how come you can't? I can swim. How come you can't swim? Right? He's like, I tried to learn to swim and I sink like a rock, just fucking straight to the bottom.
Like I can't swim, but I can stop from drowning.
Well, I mean, which I think is weird, because if to get into the military, one of the prerequisites is to be able to tread water for 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but he was like, holy crap! I mean, when I found out that he couldn't swim, he was in his fucking 40s already, and you know he joined the military when he was 18, so rules were different. Will you go away? Like, go lie down. I have nothing for you.
Signed up when they were underage. They had their parents sign for them. Sounds like crazy to me. What do you mean? What?
Well, if you really do think about it, if your family is not so well off, that guy, regardless of what his outcome is, will have 3 squares a day, right?
And not get in as much trouble. Yep.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, you know, it'll teach him how to be a man too. Because they teach discipline and respect. It's just like you get disciplined if you don't have respect. You are such a pain in my ass. Okay, I gotta take my dog inside, guys. I'll be right back. Oh god, it's not that I tied that thing around, so I have to fucking unlatch you. That is all set up, and you're such a fucking grumpy old asshole.
Do I go for caffeine or no caffeine?
Oh,
caffeine.
Okay, inside, dog. Let's go. Piss me off and stuff. Good God.
Fuck, I did a lot of shit today. Bing bong. That's a pretty good fire. I was called Firebug a lot when I was a kid. I like fire.
Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, you fucking crotchety old bastard.
Fuck, the older I get, the more I hate everything.
So I'm so excited to tell you. Okay, in my conversation with my aunt last night when I first arrived, like she was here to let me in because I don't have keys and not my place. But she
Are you squatting right now?
No, I'm not squatting. I'm allowed to be here. I just don't have the key. Like I have the keys now, but I don't have my own key, right?
It'd be more fun if you're squatting, but okay.
Well, I mean, technically, if I really wanted to, I could just come up here and be like, I'm tenting. I don't need your cabin. I just take a shit in the woods.
Yeah.
You know? But no, I'm allowed to be here and everything. But she was up here and we had the conversation, and she asked me if there's anything, because she's getting up there, right? Like she's turning 70, and I think that she's coming to the realization that, you know, she watched her father pass away. with dementia and stuff like that. So she knows that that's in her bloodline. So she's trying to, I think, get her affairs in order before anything could possibly happen and things be like, well, she wasn't of sound mind and body and all that bullshit, right? You know what death does to people. Yeah, so she's just like, if there's anything that you want, you let me know now and you just take it. And I'm like, okay. Well,
what if I can't carry it?
Well, I can't carry what she like the big thing. She gave me this property.
Score.
So yeah. So this will be mine. Yeah, and there's no fight or whatever with my cousin because like when my Bing Bong Alley, when she told my cousin what she was doing, my cousin basically like fucking ghosted her. Like she was here visiting on the property, and my aunt told her that she was going to will it to me because of reasons. And my cousin came here the Friday. She was told like a Saturday afternoon, and by Sunday or Saturday night, my cousin had left and just fucking left the key.
Oh, so they're not contacting a lawyer. I think.
Well, I mean, no, it's still technically my aunt's. There's nothing she can do, right? Like, if it's written into a will, then what are you going to do about it? Like, I didn't ask for this place. I figured that, straight up, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to come visit my uncle when I can because his remains are on the property, like, after he was cremated. So I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, this is a family plot. And I explained to my aunt when she had first mentioned what she was doing that I'm like, that was my biggest fear was losing access to come see my uncle, right? Like, I don't care. He's my uncle. I loved him just as much as, a father type figure. So yeah, she was giving it to me. But yeah, in that conversation, she's like, what do you want? And I'm like, well, I can't be any more grateful than how much I'm grateful right now. But off the top of my head, the only thing I want is your old gaming systems. And she's like, take them. I'm like, okay. There was like no conversation. She's just like, take them. I'm like, okay.
How old are these gaming systems?
I got an Atari 600 circa 1980.
2600, the brown one?
Yep.
Switches?
Yep.
I got one of those. They're fucking awesome.
Yep. And it came with one game, which is 3D tic-tac-toe. It came with the joystick, and then it came with the controllers for that particular Atari game because you don't use the stick, you use like the dials or something.
Yep, paddles.
Yeah.
Any chance we got a box? The box is worth a lot of money.
Nope.
More than the game. I don't have a box.
But I was going through it, and she had a bunch of old, like other Nintendo stuff. Like I got two 1985, I think they're second gen Nintendos, because they've got the RCA cables on the side, outputs on the side.
Yep.
I think those are second gen. So I got two of those. But I also have a complete power glove with instructions and all the inserts.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah.
Do you remember the movie The Wizard?
Vaguely, yeah. I haven't watched it in forever though.
I had the power glove.
So yeah, I scored that. My most the only thing that actually like made me like scream out loud for actually owning is WrestleMania Steel Cage Challenge.
Awesome. For NES?
NES, yep.
That was a kick-ass game. Yeah.
So I have like the instruction manuals for a couple of games that aren't in that collection. I think there's like Street Fighter 2, which is kind of a bummer. Would have liked to have had that game, but I got the instruction manual, so sometimes that's worth more.
It might show up somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I could probably go to my
the boxes and the manuals for the NES ones are worth something because no one kept those.
Yeah.
The Sega ones, everyone kept the boxes because the manual fit in there, but no one kept the NES shit.
No. Oh, there's a couple of other obscure things. I actually have I don't have the box again for the NES, but I have the original safety instruction manual, and I think the actual manual there's a couple, because I think this was owned by a young person, younger than me, but not too much younger than me, because they also had like a Nintendo magazine, a couple of those, like a Harvard. I'm sorry, I didn't
Nintendo Power.
Maybe
those are worth some. Those are, yeah, you might find gold there with those Nintendo Power magazines.
Yeah,
they're highly sought after.
So, but yeah, those the Power magazines I could probably get to my collectible store, because he appraises magazines. So, I mean, they're beat up, but I mean, if he could give me at least a ballpark on what they would be worth, if I ever wanted to, right?
Hold on to them. They're cool.
But there, I have a couple of, and you'll get a kick out of this. There's no computer, but I have 2 TRS-80 games.
Whoa, Trash 80 games?
Trash 80 games, yeah.
Those are.
I got Galactic Attack.
Oh man.
And what is it? Mega. It was Mega something.
That's cool.
So yeah, it took me a while to figure out what they were, because one of them, because it's not written on the cassette, it's actually written on the label, and they're so old that one of the labels is actually like yellowed, separated. Yeah, and it's actually missing. It's missing what it is, but the other one isn't. I looked at that and I'm like, this is like old school. Like, I don't even know if I could find anybody who has one of these. I know somebody, but it's just be like,
to play it.
Fuck.
I know one guy that has one, and it's like squirreled away.
Yeah.
People have them, then they're just squirreled away.
So that is excellent content to put out, as far as like not being able to use it. But I'm on my second channel when I'm done my sponsorship. I don't have to put any more videos out for Mars Hydro. So my cannabis is going to become more like over time. I can take multiple shots instead of it being so I can use my editing skills that I've been using. Instead of like, oh, I gotta edit like 3 videos, I can concentrate on making 1 good video.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's cannabis comes in, you know, especially in veg, you ain't gonna see much. Oh, look, green plants. So my second channel is gonna be nerd content, and I like your idea of what is it? Reviewing the old 80s commercials that I have from like the Doctor Who cassettes and stuff taped from TV.
That's pretty cool.
You gave me that idea a while back.
Yeah, the commercials are like I watch. There's a few people that post full VHS cassettes of whatever they recorded from 1980, 1990. I'll put on the whole cassette while I'm doing shit. The commercials come on. That's the best part.
Well, I started going through them. I picked the non-Doctor Who stuff because I knew that exactly what I was getting into with the Doctor Who. Be like, Doctor Who. So I was checking like the random tapes, and I'm pretty sure I purged all of the random porn the first time I went through them.
Oh.
You know, because it wasn't like people just like, hey, you want some VHSs? I'm like, sure. They just hand me VHSs back in the day. I didn't know what the fuck was on them. And I'm just like, most of the time, if they were like, I knew they were a blank tape, I'd watch them and I'd be like, you a dirty fucker, tape over.
I've gotten some from the thrift store.
But yeah, I've always loved that kind of stuff, because even back in the day, like I used to run 2 monitors, a decent computer, like, you know, I love that kind of stuff. I always wanted to continue to have that, but I mean, none of the stuff that I was using, with the exception of the television that I was using as a second monitor, was mine. So, and I won't buy a setup specifically for that, because I don't do it enough to make it be like, I'm going to drop money into this. So everything that I have is like okay, I've upgraded. It doesn't function exactly the way that it should, so it goes downstairs. Like, if an electronic gets broken in the house, my wife's like, "You want this?" I'm like, "Yes."
Oh, I fix it or fix it. I'll run shit till it burns out.
Yeah. Well, the oldest computer, the Dell that we got in 2006, the hard drive finally went. Like, it was just like it's like you need to load Windows. I'm like, okay. I didn't realize that this was not loaded with Windows, so I had the Windows disk, I threw it in, whatever, and it's just like it would load and then it would crash, and it's just like you need to load Windows. I'm like, what? No. So it won't even support an operating system. I'm like, no. It's a good thing I purged this thing years ago.
Yeah, kind of like a bit rot.
But I would actually, because it's still got USB ports, so I could actually strip the USB ports from that and replace the hub in the computer that I'm using, because that one has a fucked up USB hub.
You could probably just plug a USB stick into it and install your OS on the USB stick and continue using the computer. But
No, that's what I've done. No, the computer that I'm using, there's two different USB hubs. One is like it supports 2.0 and 3.0. The other one is just standard USB.
Yeah.
It's charging and minimal data exchange. And the minimal data exchange one is the one that fried, and that's like 6 fucking ports of 10. Right? So and my mouse and my keyboard will only run through 2 ports directly plugged into the port, because I tried plugging a USB multi-port splitter onto it, like the blue one, a good one. That's the one I use for all my shit. And I'm testing it, and nope, they will not work unless they are plugged directly into the port. I'm like, you motherfuckers.
probably blew a cap. You could recap the board, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I don't have the knowledge of the time or it functions. I worked around it, I mean, it was the family computer and we were really working around it, but then, we needed webcams for pandemic times and shit like that. And this computer was just didn't have enough plugins for all the shit that we needed.
Best time to learn stuff like that is with something that's broke that you don't need anymore. Just tinker with it.
Yeah.
By the time you get it running, it's so obsolete.
Well, and that's just it. Like I bought all the parts that I needed to revamp a Note 3 and whatever. I actually ended up getting a free screen out of the whole thing for it. But once I finally got it fired up, it's just it will not support any new version of YouTube. Instagram crashes. Google doesn't run, Google doesn't run properly. Chrome is iffy, and I'm just like, well, it's got a good camera. I'm like, still got a good camera. Yeah, I just use it as a media source, right? Like it'll download music and play music, and the speaker's still good and all that. So I mean, as a just Wi-Fi kicking around and listen to maybe Amazon if I can. I don't even know if I've tried it on that because I think that was just a fucking long shot. But I waited too long for that one, and it was like, because I had the parts for 2 years, and I didn't get around to it. But it still functioned as a phone. I could still receive texts and stuff. So when I broke both of my phones, thank God I had already rebuilt that thing and just kind of had it sitting recording stuff in my fucking gardens because I needed it as a telephone.
Wow.
Fucked up, man. So it actually did service. It was used for tech. And not just, oh, look at that, I can do something with it.
Cheers, Panda.
Panda Cat, welcome.
Fucking fire's mesmerizing.
Yes. I am, well, I mean, as a kid, I was definitely a pyro. Not so much anymore. I do keep my pyromania contained to this, but I used to set shit on fire all the time.
I was a firebug.
Like, there was this one time, because my mom knew, because I almost set the house on fire a couple times. So my mom had come to me when I was in my late teens. I think I was probably 19 at the time. And she obviously knew my history of setting shit on fire. So she comes to me and she's just like, okay, we've got these tent caterpillars. I've hauled all the branches to the middle of the driveway, and you just set it on fire for me. And it's just like, she's like, here's some gasoline and here's some matches. I don't want to do it. So I'm like, okay. So I doused the whole thing. Like, it was just a small jerry can, but I used it all. And so I'm taking the matches and I'm like, okay, this is going to be awesome. So I took one match and I just like, woo. And I'm like, it landed on the ground within about 6 inches of like inside of the branch cluster. And I sat there and I waited for it. Match went on. I'm like, okay. I threw 2 matches at a time, like, and I'm just like, it was several attempts at trying to get this goddamn thing to light, because I knew it was going to go whoosh the second it went, right? And so I threw the last one prior to ignition, and I just looked at and I didn't step any closer at any point. The last one, I took a step closer, and it went woof. And I'm just like, I'm glad that I wasn't standing right there when that thing actually went off the first time, because that would have been really stupid. And neighbors were coming out on their porches. There were like cars that were driving by actually stopped to see what the hell the fucking noise was. Maniac buds. See what it was. And she's just like, and that's why she let me do it, because I had no fear. Like, I could have I didn't lose any eyebrows, but I was close enough too. Like, it just, the way that the wind, and like there was like a pressure or something, just the way it was fucked up. I sat there and watched a match in the middle of a fucking gasoline infused branch pile just sit there and not burn. It was fucked up. And I knew better than to step forward, because I'm like, anything happens, that thing's just going to be like, if that is actually like there's a trapped gas pocket or whatever, and there's a slight amount of pressure, that's going to be like kaboosh. Like, it's gonna expand a little bit, right? Yeah, it's like a backdraft moment, you know.
I'd be camping as a kid. I just light the end of a stick on fire and run around like it was a glow stick through the woods. Just be running around with burnt logs, fucking causing all kinds of havoc. I never lit anything on fire.
Oh no, I was
a kid with fire though. I was always fucking burning myself and shit.
Well, I experimented with how aerosol cans burn, how plastic burns, how rubber burns. Yeah, I definitely had a problem.
I do remember some kid fucking, he was like, he said he was a scout. He was fucking full of shit anyway. He's like, I learned how to make a lantern in Scouts, which was just a mason jar full of fucking gasoline that we lit on fire in his fucking shed. Now that was crazy. I just watched that though. I was like, that is not gonna work. Now it just lit on fire like normal until he fucking spilled it. And it was like, get the garden hose. It's like, yeah, I gotta go get home now while you get beat by your parents. Scouts my ass, you fucking weirdo.
The link is in the comments.
It might have gone by. Did you pin it?
No, I'm in StreamYards. I'll just post it again. I don't want to, like, I don't do the mobile thing very often, so I'm not too familiar with how it is. I'll just I got it in my clipboard anyway.
Yeah, if you don't pin it, it goes by pretty quick.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, it seems that some lives or streams or whatever, you can scroll up, and then others you can't. And I've poked around in my settings, and I can't figure out how to display all of the chat, or I don't know. I'm fucking high right now.
Oh, you fucking story. You had this before. All right. You know, I kind of feel like this is one of those streams where like you're sitting at the, you know, those Christmas fire TV programs that they have, you know?
Yeah.
You're just waiting for like the hand to come in to add some logs or poke the fire. Yeah, I'm going to roast some marshmallows and then I'm going to restack it and I'm going to put in, it's actually a chemical reaction, but it's plastic garden hose stuffed into a copper pipe. And what it does is it gives iridescent colors to the flame. So you'll see like...
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Shit, you bought. It sounded like you made a pipe bomb. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, but no, there's something in the plastic that reacts with the copper that allows the iridescent light, the flames to come out.
Yeah, those cool burning
log things. Well, only this isn't a log. It's just a really, really bad environmental thing that I do.
Oh, you've just got a bunch of shit.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of shit I put together. But it's my uncle taught it to me years ago, and it works like a hot damn. But you got to have specific garden hose because you just chop up a short length of garden hose, stick it in this copper pipe, and it does the magic of fire. Yes, my uncle was a very smart man. He was very worldly smart, but he also had a lot of like book smarts for not being a like what is it, 7th grade education, I think they said he had. And I mean, this guy taught me more in life than I think any other male figure I would have come across. Like my dad was not a hands-on kind of person. Like I learned all my nerd tendencies from my dad, and I learned all my, you know, mechanical construction type of like brain from my uncle. Because I'm like a hybrid, not like a super nerd.
I don't think I learned anything when I was younger. I fucking taught it all to myself.
Well, I watched a lot of people. Like when they didn't like, I wasn't allowed to do shit, and this is fucking crazy. Like I got stereotyped even into my early 20s as like the young kid because that's how everybody remembered me. And I'm like, I'm 20 years old. I'm literally in my prime. I can lift twice as much as you right now. Like, let's get it on. Let's move some shit. So like, and they thought like, oh, he can't take direction. And I'm like, well, you know what? You remember me as a younger man. Like I've had more jobs. I've been fired from jobs. I know what life is. So yeah, once I became like an adult, I'm like, yeah, no, anything I needed to learn, I didn't really learn from anybody. I just did it myself. I'm like, YouTube, hey, cool, YouTube is a thing, and you learn tons from YouTube, but nothing beats, YouTube will teach you the steps and the shit that you need, but actually doing it.
Yeah, there's probably computers for me too, like before YouTube, forums and websites with fucking diagrams and shit.
But I mean, all of my computer knowledge was learned through trial and error. Like I remember sitting when I was a kid, and it was just like I didn't really. I learned how Windows worked. Literally sat there and learned how Windows worked, like the Windows 98 and Windows 95 and all the Windowses up until they changed how Windows worked. I know how Windows works. I'm like, I go back, I'm like, I know how it works. I know how this freaking program works, basically inside and out. Like I was even getting into like the what the fuck was it called? I used to know the command. The BIOS. I used to get into the BIOS and fuck around and whatever.
Yep.
So I taught myself Windows, taught myself DOS, but computers and the amount of time that I have to giving to that skill is not practical for me, right?
I'm in there frequently because new computers, a lot of them have a switch that says don't allow anything but Windows to be installed on this computer. So if you want to fuck around like I do with Linux and shit, you have to open up that and turn that off.
Yep.
Or you'll just be trying to install Linux and go, why is it not working? Why is it fucking, I don't know, there's an error, fucking, like, because I remember all of a sudden they started doing that, and that's how I figured it out. Because it's like, all the normal stuff I do isn't working. What's going on here? Like, what the fuck? And I found out, like, they've added more shit to BIOS.
Where's my lighter? I can't smoke. Can't smoke no lighter. I know there is one. Now, did I drop it when I fucking stumbled around with the dog?
I'll try. I took some of the smaller shit from my outdoor and trimmed it. But I did 2 bongs and passed out.
Sounds like a good time to me.
I let it like that's actually what happened. I was like, I'm gonna try this fucking weed, and that was what, yesterday or something. I don't even know. But when I woke up, I was like, shit, I only did 2 bongs of that, and I fucking passed right out. So let's see. I don't know if I was tired or what. I thought it was odd.
It's just good weed. Be proud.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Usually I don't pass out though. Like,
it usually takes me quite a bit to pass out, even if I haven't smoked all day. But depending on the weed, I'll get my skin will start to crawl before I get the pass outness.
yeah, I usually get tired first. I usually don't go from, oh, what's this weed like, to snoring.
Well, you know what they say, variety. When you swap a strain, you throw one of those ones in there, and that one that you throw in there is the one that fucks you up because you're so used to the other stuff. The other stuff still gets you high, but you throw that other one in there, and then I've done that.
New weed's always better at first, yeah.
But I mean, it's hard to judge if I'm going to pass out from a weed, because if I lay down anywhere, I'm going to fall asleep, even if I'm high or not. Just I'm just going to snore.
It's awful smooth for being that fresh.
Uh-oh. You're in trouble, sir.
I used this yucca extract. Shit that I never used before. It was a foliar, it's like a curative soap.
Yeah. That link that picture of that product that you sent me, I believe that's actually like a willow extract.
It's what's that shit called?
Yeah, the
I always say it wrong. The shell, crushed up shells shit.
Oh,
You just
yeah,
chip
that's
it.
what that is. But sorry, the
Right.
microbial mass stuff that also contains a willow extract, which is like a natural, because willow's actually got a really high rooting hormone in it,
Mm-hmm.
which is something that No actually uses. And I have a willow tree in my backyard, and it drops shit all the time. So I'm actually considering making like a compost tea for like cloning and stuff with that.
Aloe too.
Okay, so I got a question about aloe. Anybody who's paying attention. How do you clone aloe? Because
It doesn't. It
I'm doing
grows little babies.
well. Like a leaf fell off, and I'm like, okay, I should be able to clone this, should I not? So I did the 45. I put it in water, and it's not. It's
Yeah, I don't think it works that way. I don't know for sure, but I know my aloe plant grows little satellite spiders that you can pluck off
okay.
and put in a solo cup. I've got one in a solo cup right now.
Okay, so it works like a hen and chicks. Okay.
That like a spider plant or something.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. You got to pick a
mine.
sample.
The one day I noticed that there was two little fucking baby, for lack of a better word, aloes.
Okay.
And I was like, can I just pluck these off and put them in a fucking solo cup? Because they were kind of attached still, right? And I plucked two off and put them in solo cups, and the one's been in a solo cup for months and months now, and it's growing.
Okay. So that you have to pluck the things. Okay, cool.
But it was obvious that it was like a
clone
new little, like out the bottom.
Okay.
It looked like a new plant was growing in there. That's all I know, just from seeing that.
I was able to clone another succulent, which is basically what a fucking aloe is. So I figured I'd use the same method. But yeah, now that you say it, because I did clone and it did pop like little root shoots and whatever, but there were like little bulbous things at the base as well. And I now and they rooted and whatever, and they're not dead in the little fucking cups I got them in. They're not solo cups; they're just a little planters you get from fucking Superstore or whatever. But yeah, now one of them has actually started to shoot up those little versions of itself.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And then I plucked that off and threw it right in a cup. And it's like right here. It just looks like a little teeny aloe plant.
Oh, boop.
Like, I don't know how well this is even.
Maniac. Oh, what? Hang on. I don't know what I'm doing here. Ah, Maniac, come back. What did I do? There we go. Okay.
Hey.
I didn't fat finger high enough. There we go. Welcome, Maniac. Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to my campfire.
Yeah, thank you.
It's good to see you.
Yeah.
What you smoking on tonight?
I'm not sure. Some of the stuff my neighbor gave me.
Some stuff your neighbor.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Something he grew, I ran out.
Is his indoor or outdoor?
His was outdoors.
Oh yeah. Did you see his grow at all?
I did. It tastes a lot better than when I look at it, because when I saw it, and he said he was cutting it down tomorrow, and last time I saw it, trust me, it was not ready. You could tell just by look at the hairs that it wasn't the right colors.
No.
But it's pretty good. I'm surprised, really.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, both mine is down from outside.
I haven't had weed that wasn't good.
Yeah.
In a long time now.
Yeah.
it's kind of one of the advantages of growing, isn't it? It's just like, you know, you,
Well, I
you
mean,
try.
just someone gave me a piece or I got some. I mean, like a long time now.
Yeah.
Some's better than others, but
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing like Mexican brickweed, as you guys put, because in all the years I've smoked cannabis, I've never smoked Mexican brickweed. Because
you're
growing
lucky.
up in BC, you had the better weed in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I smoked brickweed. It was awful.
Yeah. I remember that back in the day too.
Oh.
I remember back when I was young, in my younger days when I first started smoking this stuff, I only knew it as smoking it as a joint form or in a can because you didn't have a bowl or something.
See, I
might have
never.
smoked a bong the first time I smoked weed. I'm trying to think now. It was one of the
Yeah.
first few times.
Well, first time for me was definitely joints. I actually had. I bought 3 joints for like $15 back in the day, and I didn't smoke like I wasn't a heavy smoker, but I did smoke pot. So I mean, I'd smoke half a joint, put it away, and it lasted me quite a while.
Yeah.
But to hide it from my folks, I had it inside. You know how deodorant containers, you can, like, if you screw them all the way out, the insert comes out, right? So
Yeah.
I had this old deodorant container, and the joints fit perfectly inside this deodorant container. So I put them in a plastic bag, and I put them inside the deodorant container, and I screwed the deodorant container on just enough so that it was like on there, but it wasn't going to fall off, and it looked like there's still deodorant in there. And that's where I hid my weed from my folks. And like, I smoked them all, and they ended up being roaches or whatever. And I came across them like 10 years later because I totally forgot about these fucking things, right? I came across them, and I'm like, let's roll a joint with these fucking roaches. Yeah, man, that was awful weed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those moments where I'm like, holy fuck, yeah, I remember that's where I kept my weed.
Yeah. Strange places we used to hide them.
Yeah. Oh man, I had hid my weed like my life depended on it, because my life depended on it.
Yeah.
Like, getting busted smoking cigarettes. Yeah, I got grounded a lot, but I mean, if I got busted smoking weed, oh my god, I would probably have like been the subject of child abuse.
Yeah.
Remember that old 70s paneling they had everywhere?
Yeah.
You peel that off, you can stick a lot of weed in there. Fuck, I was hiding weed everywhere.
Yeah, we had a hedge out front, and it was one of those. It's a boxwood shrub or whatever, but it was like a longer hedge. It was probably about 15 feet long. And when I came home from school, I'd just stick my hand in the middle of the fucking hedge, put my cigarettes so they wouldn't fall, and then I'd walk away. But yeah, weed, holy fuck. I never, after my folks separated, I was less cautious because, well, I didn't really give a fuck because obviously, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
But like, after my folks separated, like, my dad wasn't around, and my mom like moved out of town, but I still lived in the house that I grew up in. I really fucked up situation. But so I really, once like 1920 hit, I didn't really have to worry about hiding my fucking weed anymore. Like, my mom, and like There was one time that like my mom totally called me out on being high, and I said to her, and I'm like, no, I am not high. I got high before we left. I didn't bring any weed with me out of respect for you guys, and now I'm not high, and that's why I'm cranky. Like, because I didn't want to go to the place that you dragged me to. Not gonna lie, I
Yeah.
didn't want to go there. And I'm like, but I did it out of, hey, you know what? I'm part of the family. It's like Christmas, I think. We went for Christmas dinner. I'm like, I really don't want to go. I'm not in a social mood. I don't want to hang out with like my sister's in-laws.
Yeah.
I mean, can you really blame a guy for not wanting to go hang out with his sister's
Yeah.
in-laws? I'm like, I don't know these people.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she's just like, she totally is like, you're high right now. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And she had just pulled off onto the, like, an off ramp. And I got
Yeah.
out of the car and walked like 15 miles home. I said, fuck you. I didn't even say fuck you. I just got out of the car and walked away. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're not going to accuse me of something and just be straight up, hey, you know what, blah, blah, blah. This is why you're this. And I'm like, no, this is not why I'm this. The reason why I'm this is because I'm not fucking high. The reason that I fucking hate the world right now is because I'm not high.
Yeah.
Panda said cut a piece of aloe and let it dry up, close up, and put it in wet soil. Let it dry and close up and put it in wet soil. Forget it.
Okay. So let it kind of seal itself and then root. Because I've noticed, like when I took the cut, the portion, because I put it in water, obviously, because I mean, how else is it gonna like not dry up and die?
Yeah.
But the tip where I put in the water has turned like black and kind of like shriveled a little bit. So you're saying let the whole thing dry out and then put it in moist soil to allow it to do its thing without having like a big gash, I guess.
I don't think you'd let the whole, like all the flesh to dry out, just seal up and then.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll give that a shot. I mean, next time well, I mean, the plant has become a lot because it was gifted to me. So I have no idea. Like, it was a healthy plant. It's still growing. It's doing its thing. It doesn't look like it's fucking dying.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm doing well by it, but yeah, I have no idea what to do with them because I've never had an aloe, and you know, I know you can use them as like a rooting thing, but I'm like, it's not big enough to really do that.
Yeah.
You can't just be taking swipes off the aloe plant and being like, I'm gonna root some clones with this.
Yeah.
Fire's looking like a well to hell.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is becoming a good marshmallow. So you, like I said, I mean, like I laid out tonight, like I'm gonna roast some marshmallows, and then I'm going to put the copper pipe concoction in the center. I'm going to build not as large of a fire because this particular thing doesn't work very well if the fire is too high. The normal fire kind of drowns out the iridescent flame. So,
are you going to have the colorful fire as you're cooking the marshmallows?
No. The burning plastic hose is highly toxic, so I will do my roasting prior to the colorful, because you know, poisoning.
So no toxic marshmallows.
No toxic flame. Yeah, no toxic fire.
Yeah.
No toxic marshmallows, everybody.
What does it do with the metal and the copper tubing that make the
Sides.
why different color or something?
It really, I don't completely understand. I've never actually
Yeah.
researched it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I just know it works. So
Yeah.
literally, it's a plastic garden hose.
Yeah.
Can't be rubber; it has to be plastic.
Yeah.
And copper pipe, and it's what is it like? What are they using? Like inch and a half. This is an inch and a half copper pipe, and you like squish the ends of the pipe so that you can kind of fit the tube in, but they're not going to just like melt all out because it needs to be inside the tube to for like the plastic and the copper to react to each other. But
Yeah.
the smoke that it puts off when it ignites produces a multitude of different colors of flames. Like I've seen white, multiple purples, multiple blues,
Oh wow.
and oh yeah, it goes into like the rainbow, dude. So
Wow.
yeah, my wife actually took a couple of years ago. She took a really good video, and I said, "You need to send that to me because I want to use that for my channel." But obviously, I haven't gotten around to her being like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to send this huge file to you," because I would definitely speed it up. You know, I would
Yeah.
fuck with the timing on it, but
Yeah.
it was really cool. Like just the angle that she was standing at, and how like she got the best like angle for where most of the colors were and whatever. But the
Yeah.
way that the fire was just dancing, the way the camera captured it, because fire is one of those things that cameras don't capture quite as well as you would just looking through it
Yes.
through the
Yeah,
human eye, right?
sure.
Yeah.
Looks way
So-
better in person.
And depending on, well, I mean, it's still early. Temperature's starting to drop, but they're forecasting, and I don't know how the fuck they forecasted the northern lights, but depending on how things go tonight, I might actually take you guys down to the lake and see if we can see them,
Yeah.
because I can see the whole northern fucking sky.
Oh wow.
Aurora Borealis.
So yeah, if I see kind of something, because like I said, it's still kind of early in the evening, and it's not quite cold enough.
Yeah.
It's supposed to get down. I think they said in the city of Cold Lake, it's supposed to get down to about 4, and I'm right on the water by a lake outside of town, so I lose all
Yeah.
that city bubble. So it might actually get cold enough that again, science,
Yeah.
however that fucking works, however it works.
Yeah.
Woo.
Is that you not seen the one from? Are you talking about? You seen the one from Alaska? Is that the one you're talking about?
Oh yeah, dude, I have
Really?
seen.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you know where Vancouver, British Columbia is, roughly on the North American continent?
Roughly.
Okay, I
Yeah.
have seen the Northern Lights as far south as that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I lived in a town outside of Vancouver, and there was one night I was out smoking weed, and it wasn't the weed. I'll just let you know that right now.
Yeah.
Because I got my brother-in-law up to see it, and he verified. But the
Yeah.
Northern Lights were showing that night, and they weren't those typical like super green and orange and all the purples and all
Yeah.
that beautiful color. They were white, completely white, and
Oh
it
wow.
looked like a running stream. You know how if you get like a camera that's got that weird focus, it shows the stream moving, but it's a very fuzzy kind of thing. That's what it looked
Yeah.
like. It was like a huge swath in the sky. It
Oh
looked like
wow.
this running stream of white.
Yeah.
And it went on for like 30 minutes. And I stood
Oh
there and I'm
wow.
like, this is cool, man. I gotta tell
Yeah.
somebody, because this is before the time of fucking cell phone cameras, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I fucking woke my brother-in-law up and I'm like, dude, you gotta see this. I'm like, I'm sorry to wake you up at like fucking 1:30 in the morning, but this is an event that you need to tell me if I'm fucking losing my mind. Because the sky's fucking moving.
I have
Yeah.
seen
So
them
yeah,
in Alberta.
Northern Lights
before.
as far down as
Cool.
like almost Seattle.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But I'm significantly north, so the chances of them seeing, especially this time of year, is greatly increased.
Yeah.
So my wife is totally like, oh, he's up there. So she's like texting me all the things that she knows. I'm like, I'm going to be sitting outside smoking weed all the time, right? Like I'm going to see what's going on outside.
Yeah.
It's like the cabin. Yeah, the cabin's nice, but I come here to fucking enjoy nature and all that
Yeah.
shit. I did hear a loon on the lake tonight as well. I didn't hear the actual loon call, but I've been up here enough to know, and I've actually done the research Loons have multiple calls. They don't have just that one creepy call that like echoes through the night, you know. They have a couple of different calls, and I did hear them on the lake tonight. So if we're lucky, we might get a random loon call.
Yeah.
But again, it's still kind of early, you know.
Yeah.
So certain things don't happen until later in the evening. I mean,
Yeah.
the lake was kind of quiet today, so but we'll see. I'm here for 5 days. I'm sure at some point I'll be like, loons, everybody listen.
Yeah.
Oh man, like I cannot believe the fucking mosquitoes right now. Like they're not bothering me, but they're just fucking everywhere.
Oh
Like
wow.
I got this floodlight on so that
Yeah.
I'm not sitting in complete darkness trying to drink and roll joints and
Yeah.
all that, right? So, but they're just everywhere tonight.
Oh wow.
Fucking crawling all kinds of shit.
Usually, don't go too close to fire.
Well, it's because I've got a fucking 80-watt LED going.
Yeah.
Like I brought my shop work light to the lake so that when I was out here, it'd be like, hey, you know what? If I am showing whatever I happen to be doing in the dark, you can see me or see whatever I'm doing in the dark. Well, you don't need to see the fire because hey, but that glow in the corner, that's not a camera glitch. That's a bright light.
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah. Cheers. Let's roll a joint. Yeah, that's a good idea, man. You're a genius. They should give you an award.
That's a serious fire pit.
Yeah, it is.
Well, all of that brickwork that you see, when did we do that? Because my aunt bought these bricks, and because there's 2 different kinds, 3 different, 4 different, I don't know. There's multiple different kinds, plus patios, the big patio stones. But she bought them at like auction or flea market or something, and she had the right square footage for the amount of bricks that she needed, but they were all just kind of mismatched. So we were up here a year and a half ago, and my aunt's friend who does a lot of or used to do a lot of the maintenance, but he's like 76 years old. He's like he can't be doing like going up on roofs and shit, you know. So that's where I come in. So he was like had all the like the sand laid out and like everything prepped and whatever. He just hadn't leveled the sand or dropped lines. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, just by eye I can tell that the sand is completely unlevel. So I'm just gonna like start raking sand. I'm like, hey, you know what? I've done this before. I did landscaping for 8 months.
Yeah.
Plus, I've got a really good eye for shit that's unlevel. I'm like, that's not straight.
Yeah.
It's one of my superhero powers. So I'm out there raking, and he comes out because I'd started, just slightly before him because the kids woke me up. But my son actually laid 50% of these bricks. I didn't lay a goddamn thing. I didn't lay no bricks. It was that old guy and my fucking son. They laid these bricks, and my daughter, she did it more so because she was grounded.
Yeah.
But we put a monetary sort of value on every brick that she moved. So it was her job to move the bricks from the pallet in the back, put them on a cart, and help my wife bring them down a hill and offload and bring the cart back up. So every brick that she did that cycle for, she got 1 point of her grounding points removed.
Yeah.
Well, she was determined by the end of this trip to have all them points removed. So my daughter refused my wife's help to be like, oh, do you want me to help you stack the bricks? She's like, no, these are my points. So yeah, the kids laid all the bricks, and I'm just like, and the old guy and my son were like racing to like lay the bricks, like to get it done in one day. And it was a fun game because the old guy, he was having fun, just because he enjoys this kind of crap.
Yeah.
I can't say I enjoy this kind of crap, but when I get into it, I'm just like, oh, mindless, meaning work, let's smoke a joint and go, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, my son and my daughter totally fucking went gangbusters on this, and I'm totally proud of them for it.
Yeah.
Because now there's, another generation of blood, sweat, and tears in this place,
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I love coming here, man. This is one of my favorite places in the world.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get my poker. I'm going to poke the fire. Okay. So, if you ever need a fire poker for your campfires, get a length of threaded rod and put a bend in it. Okay, this is the fucking fire poker I've been using on this fire pit for like 20 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, man. Like my uncle come up with some really fucking awesome shit. Because this thing is like it almost reaches the camera from the fire pit. Like that's about 4 or 5 inches from the camera, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, this thing would, and that's probably the bend. So if I fucking put the bend on it, it would have been like, ah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, there's the occasional wick of flame. Where is the marshmallow?
So you've been doing bomb wheel?
Fucking stoned right now. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the way.
Yeah, I'm fucking
weapon of mass consumption.
Yeah.
Is that your marshmallow roaster?
It is. It's actually a weenie roaster, but I couldn't really find a longer one in the dark. But you can fit like fucking 6 marshmallows on each one of those fucking tongs. So.
Oh wow. You get them done fast.
I am the best at this.
If you was making them snores or whatever they call them, I think I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. But if you was making them, geez, you can make them fast for that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't like that though. Like I would, you know what? I would rather just roast a marshmallow, eat a roasted marshmallow, eat the chocolate and the graham cracker. Like, why you gotta make it fancy? Like, like I will eat what you give me, but and you understand that eating sticky shit with a beard is such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it is.
Like that's not only is that sticky marshmallow, but that's also melted chocolate.
Yeah.
Like
so get triple as much melted stuff could drip on you.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife is a big fan of the s'mores. And every time she gets an opportunity to make the s'mores, she does, which I can't fault her for because, they are delicious, but man, they're just hardy.
Yeah.
Is that fucker glowing red?
Holy shit, the thing's glowing.
Nice.
It's that hot already.
Gotta sanitize it, man. It's been out here
Yeah.
for fucking God knows how long.
Yeah.
Nothing like trial by fire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I rolled this fucking big joint, by the way. Fucking
Yeah.
so smoking.
Are you using them flavor grown peppers, I see.
Oh yeah, well I got raws too, but I don't
Yeah.
have any tips, and I like to roll the raws in like the roller, so I get like the big fat like cigarette size joints. But yeah, I'm just using like Juicy J's, and these are the absinthe ones, and these are my absolute favorite Juicy J, followed closely by root beer.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I had root beer. Had root beer ones. It was a couple months ago. I bought them. Bought a pack of them.
I think I've had grape ones.
Yeah. I had grape before. I had strawberry before. They get some weird colors in them, weird flavors in them.
Yeah, yes, they do. That is for sure. Well, I came across an exceptionally good deal one time.
Yeah.
My wife and I had gone to like a sex show because, adults. But it was also very 420 friendly, which I knew, which is another reason that I went. And so they had this bin. Okay. What they had in this bin was a multitude, and I'm not just talking like this was like a fucking 2 by 4 foot fucking bin, like 4 inches deep of fucking just wraps and fucking tips and shit, right? And it's just like inexpensive kind of like smoking accessories. So they probably bought them in bulk.
Yeah.
But regardless, they're just like, yeah, you get like 10 for $5, and I'm like, deal. So I went through, and I'm like, I didn't get like super greedy, but I'm just like, that's where I kind of went into the experimenting into like tips and like hemp wick and stuff like that. Stuff I wouldn't typically have bought at like regular price,
Yeah.
So I bought a couple. I bought a hemp wick because I'm like, oh, let's just give this a try. I mean, it's not bad. It saves lighter fluid. It is kind of a pain in the ass to have to light again, but if you're consistently hitting that bowl, which with my big size bowls I do, so it did kind of work out. But again, inconvenient. And then I went to like the flavored wraps, and I experimented with like rolling tips because I just was a typical joint roller, never went with anything fancy.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an eye-opening experience because it's just like, oh man, like there's like this thing, and I'm just like, because I didn't really do the head shop thing, right? Like I'm like, I don't want to get caught coming out of the head shop.
Yeah.
And then legalization hit, and I'm like, once things are like copacetic with most people, I'm just like, my fucks given are zero, right? If I got to keep it on, if I got to keep shit on the DL, I will. But if I don't, then I don't. I'm just like, and then when I don't, my fucks given for what people think about what's legal and what's not. It's just like, go fuck yourself. Like, I don't care. Like, don't care. But yeah, like it was cool, man. Like fucking wraps and stuff, and I'm just like, and there was another booth that had like, it was all 420 stuff.
Yeah.
They had stash cans, so they were like regular pop cans, but they had cut the metal ring off and put like a pill bottle inside, and you just screwed it off, and you kept your weed in there.
Yeah.
Like a pop can.
Yeah.
That was one of the.
Rinse my bong out. My whole mouth tastes like resin. Ugh.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Fucking level that shit out right now. Yeah. Where? Get you guys out of the way. I can get a good base for what I want to do next. All right. I'm totally unprepared for that, so
Yeah. That's
But I will eat
threaded.
marshmallows, and then shit. Yeah, God, did I break it?
The
Did I break my?
threaded.
Did I break my new phone? Nope. Okay.
I think it landed probably the right spot, maybe.
Well, it partially landed on my foot.
Oh yeah, yeah. So at least that cushioned the fall.
Stupid pops out. There we go. Put it away. I lost it, man. I lost it. God damn it. All right. Let's put that down. Let's finger this out. So the cord. Really high. No, the cord keeps getting that. So let's put the cord down.
You gotta get crafty and make a little phone stand for it.
Living on the edge. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm living on the edge.
Yeah.
So I went with whatever was on the shelf. So this is a store brand of Canada original marshmallows.
Yeah.
Not sponsored. Not sponsored by the random grocery chain.
Yeah. The threaded rod you got for the poker, is that what thickness is that? Is that a half inch or
No. Let me
no?
think here. No, I think it's 3/8.
3/8? Yeah.
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 But it's rigid. Like it has definitely stood the test of time.
Yeah. Yeah, because I actually got one of them at the fire pit poker things, and that thing ain't way long enough. The one I got.
Yeah, you could probably just go to the hardware store and just buy like, you know how they just like have like lengths of
Yeah.
it, like you can get like
Yeah.
pre-cut lengths,
Yeah.
just right off the shelf. I think that's kind of what he did more than anything.
Yeah.
Is just got a pre-cut length, probably put
Yeah.
it in a vise and bent the shit out of it, and then
Yeah.
called it a fire poker.
Yeah. Well, at least it's better than a piece of wood. Start out with a 15 feet piece of wood, and time the end of the year is down to 10 feet, if maybe a little shorter.
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely been there. You know, when you don't
Yeah.
have all the
Yeah.
tools to do what you need. Ooh, I'm gonna
Yeah.
lose that one.
Yeah.
Ooh, I burnt the fuck out of those. Look at that. Look at that travesty.
Oh,
Boo!
wow.
Boo! You failed.
Holy fuck. I don't know how I'm this fucking high.
How?
Are you super high again, Bartholomew?
Ooh. Man.
Hey, ACG.
Hmm?
Yeah. When you guys like was it, if you guys got a train that's coming like to us, like for example, how do you guys don't keep on going, bring it to us. You guys must stop at a train station close by to the border somewhere and unload it, and they switch it that way, or how does it switch?
Um,
You know what I mean? If
sorry,
like
I had a mouthful of marshmallow. No, the
like
cars
yeah,
continue with their load.
yeah,
All items should be declared as per customs, and I don't understand that, but that's just all I know.
yeah,
Um, and then I should have that on the hot fire because I want to put more marshmallows on it. But no, the car go as is.
yeah,
Now most of them have tags, like sealed tags, like a numbered sealed tag that they write down and pass on to 15 other people or whatever.
yeah,
So, like, if the seal is tampered with, they know that there's something's wrong with the load. Um, Now, I don't know. And then customs could just randomly come in and check somebody as per customs records or whatever. So,
yeah,
I mean, that's beyond my scope of any knowledge. But, no, the cars and the loads continue on as is unless they are suspect of something.
okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure how they worked it.
Yeah, no, it's not financially feasible to and it's called cross docking
Yeah,
loads, unless
yeah,
the container or the vessel is damaged. They
yeah,
don't typically cross dock a load. Um,
yeah,
it does happen, and then they have a specific guy who does it because he is
yeah,
certified to cross dock loads from damaged to non-damaged.
yes,
So yeah,
yeah,
So, but no, it's relatively simple. It's just like no,
yeah,
everything just continues on as long as
yeah,
paperwork matches up. So
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure how that worked. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure, so I figured I asked you where you work at the train station.
well, yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah,
if you really think about a lot, like everything you kind of do is trains. Like,
yeah,
I mean, obviously, Mr. Conductor takes place in the UK, so it's not quite the same. Their trains
yeah,
aren't even the same. Oh my god, are their trains? I've seen some sketchy UK videos, man. Holy fuck, do they run
yeah,
sketchy trains? But no, I mean, as far as like goods and stuff like that, as long as paperwork is in order, then the load
yeah,
continues as is, and
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and usually if there's a damaged load, it happens to me to inspect the car that the load came in.
yeah,
So as far as the railway is concerned, I am technically a first responder.
yeah. Like if something
So
accident or something like that happened on us, that what you talking about, or
Uh,
repair?
more so like if because my job, I'm a mechanic. Like I work
Yeah,
on the car. So if there's
yeah,
if a car is derailed in whatever incident it is,
yeah,
then I'm called in because I'm certified by the government and the company and all that bullshit, right?
yeah,
So, but yes, I mean, and I hold the assignment, and it's like it's not everybody has this assignment. Not everybody's gonna get
yeah,
called in the middle of the night. I'm on call. I'm not on call right now. Thank God. Let's get fucking
yeah,
stoned.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and yeah, no. So like, I could get a call in the middle of the night and have to go to an emergency situation and be like, uh, technically a first responder. Now, have I seen a fatality? No. Will I see a fatality? It is possible.
yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean, as far as like trains go, as long as they stay on the rails, they continue from point A to point B, and then they
yeah,
return.
yeah,
Because there's only certain types of cars. You know the containers that they put onto like the big ships that they then put onto a truck.
yeah,
Those travel by rail as well. Those are ones that you'll see travel between the vehicles, but the vessel, like the container itself, is sealed and is tracked all the way. So I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
it changes mode of transportation, but the load and the container don't change.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So sometimes your, like example, your troller molestic, it could end up being hooked on to one of our train. We could tow it rest of the way, more or less. Is that how it worked? What you more or less saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly how it
Yeah.
works. It's just like it'll go to whatever railway, and then there's an interchange where they like,
Yeah.
and that's what they do. They interchange cars. This car doesn't belong on our railway; it belongs on your railway
Yeah.
because of destination points and whatever.
Yeah.
And again, like it's not financially feasible just to offload that car to put it in a
Yeah.
different car that's allowed here.
Yeah.
I mean, if that is the case, that car is way too old and shouldn't have been
Yeah.
used for any kind of like non-company service.
Wow. So
Yeah, because
eventually,
cars actually age out, right? Once they hit a
yeah.
certain age, they're
Yeah.
just like they can't be sent to another railway.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember trains used to have the caboose at the end.
Yeah.
It,
When I worked for the other railway, because I worked for
yeah.
two. The first one I worked as a track maintainer, and now I work as a mechanic for the other one.
Yeah.
The first one, their trains from short hauls did travel with a conductor because they
Yeah.
ended up doing like switching on the way. So
Yeah.
the conductor would hang out in the end because he'd be doing the switching, and in the wintertime in Canada it's goddamn cold.
Yeah.
But now most of the time they'll just drive the engine back and then tie back onto the head end to pick up the conductor wherever he
Yeah.
is. So but they've also replaced it with a tracking unit. All trains
Yeah.
have a tail end tracking unit.
Yeah.
So
Are there trains driving around anywhere with no people on them?
technically, yes.
So they're kind of like a remote
Controlled by
control one.
people in the immediate vicinity, yes, but there are trains typically in rail yards that are remote controlled.
Oh wow.
Yeah. In any yard that has that, when you enter the yard, it will actually say remote control locomotives in use.
Wow.
So there's nobody sitting in the cab, but there's some dude watching that train move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's why my job is so dangerous, because the train that actually could hit and kill me could be technically unmanned and they would never have known I'm there.
Yeah.
Right. Someone doesn't notice.
Yep. So, I mean, we've had a few safety violations, and unfortunately myself has been included in that. But that particular safety violation is like, in my opinion, a cardinal rule violation, and by the company rule, technically a rule violation. And each time it happened, not the protocol was followed, and I'm like, I got busted for this years ago, and I got fucking dragged through the coals about it.
Wow.
And after it happened with me, and I'm like, I raised a stink about it because an actual life was put into danger unknowingly. I'm like, I legitimately could have been killed if it hadn't taken me and I wasn't paying attention to what was going on,
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a little bit pissed about that, but hey, you know what, it is what it is. Fuck it.
Yeah. How would
But I
a
raised a
train,
stink.
like example, a train derail? How do you guys? You must unhook each one of them cars, put them on one by one, or do you try to put them on a couple at a time, or how do you work that?
Every derailment is different.
Yeah.
I walk into a situation not knowing what the fuck is going on every
Yeah.
time. I'm just like, somebody will say, okay, they put an axle on the ground in the yard. I'm like, okay, which yard? Because I look after two. I'm like, which yard? They're like, okay, this one. And I'm like, okay. So I go to the yard and I'm like, I expect to see something on the ground. Now, they told me there was a derailment one time and it ended up being 14 cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. I put in a 16-hour overtime shift.
Yeah.
And then they sent me home because they didn't want to pay me double time.
Yeah.
So, and there's times I walk in and they've put there's like ice in a crossing or something like that, and the wheel rides up slightly but hits the pavement and they can't put it back on by pulling it back and or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to do this and you're going to move the train about 5 feet and then we're going to continue with our nights and I'm going to go back home and get paid for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because there are times I walk in and I'm just like, this is what we need to do. Because I've been doing it for so long, right? Like I'm pro at my job. Like I won't lie at that. Like I'm not typically a braggart. I just show what I do, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm good at my job and I love my job. I love what I do. I hate politics just like everybody else, but I love what I do. So I know I'm good at it. I'm just like, I walk in, I'm like, this is what we need to do. And then but I don't have a white hat. I don't have control. But I know what the fuck is going on. You know, because I swear to God, they spend hours and hours just bitching about whose fault it is. I'm like, I don't care whose fault it is. Can we put this thing back on the rails and move on with our days?
Yeah. Does the train use derail quite often, or does that not happen usually?
It really depends situationally. I mean, like it really does, because new people, there tends to be more like accidents, obviously, because they don't understand what they're dealing with. But we haven't had a lot of new people as far as like that department is concerned. But like weather conditions too play a big part in what I do. Like when it gets cold, that's my busy time, right? Because rail gets cold and then you have fucking, you know, hundreds of tons of fucking steel hitting steel, you know, so shit could break, you know, it's possible, you know. But I mean, I can't, I mean, my big kudos to myself is there has never been a train that I have worked on leaving my point that has derailed due to a mechanical error.
Oh wow, yeah, that's good.
So, and I'm like, I've been at my job for almost 12 years. It'll be 12 years November, and a train leaving my point that I have worked on has never derailed leaving my yard.
Oh wow,
due to a mechanical error. Now, somebody else doing something stupid, going over a derail, splitting a switch, that is not my fault. I will just say that right now. Somebody else's error is not my fault. Well, but their problem becomes my problem. I'm like, how you gonna deal with this? But nobody at work likes talking to the typewriter, so most of the guys that have been around a while are pretty good at what they do, because they're just like, I like what I do. It's just like, I don't want to deal with all the fucking bullshit, so I just take as long as it takes to do what they ask me to do. Because I mean, when I hired on, it wasn't the Wild West, let's put it that way. But it was still pretty crazy. Like there was still some shit that you could get away with, and they just be like, yeah, that's good, let's let it go and move on, right? Now it's just like, holy crap, what the fuck is going on? Like this is not the job that I remember doing like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But I work on the same damn cars. I literally could, like, I memorized some of the goddamn car numbers. I'm like, oh, I've been seeing this car for like every day for like a month.
Wow.
Cheers, JC.
Yeah, cheers, JC.
I'm such a bad host. Thank you, guys. I'm totally not even watching. I'm totally yammering on here, talking about the bullshit.
Yeah. I think
I think that joint definitely got to me though.
yeah,
I'm
and
high.
and also I think this is your vacation, so I think talk about trainers should be all now. We should be concentrating getting high now. I think
Mm. Hey, you know what, man? I don't hate
yeah,
trains. Don't get me wrong.
yeah,
I love
yeah,
trains.
yeah,
I was a train kid. Okay,
yeah,
like you know how kids play with Army Man or cars. I was all of that,
yeah,
but I combined.
yeah,
I knew the importance of trains, and the
yeah,
Army Men always fought over the train station. They always fought over the railway. You know, there's always a
yeah,
tank sitting on the railway. So, I mean,
yeah,
in this country, I am technically considered an essential worker because of what
yeah,
I do. So,
yeah,
I mean, I was. It depends on your opinion. In my opinion, I didn't have to take time
yeah,
off. I still made my wage. I still had to go to work, which is unfortunate. So, I mean, I still made my wage, but I had to go to work, which is unfortunate. So, I mean, either
yeah,
way, there's an unfortunate situation.
yeah,
So, I mean, as far as like a daily thing goes, like I went to work, I did my thing, I came home, and I did my thing. So,
yeah,
I mean, yeah, I had to dress like a fucking goddamn alien inspector,
yeah,
for a year and a half. But it is what it is.
yeah,
It's like I ain't got
yeah,
no control over what this is. I watch
yeah,
enough YouTube to know that there are people out there that will get you fucking arrested for having your own opinion.
yeah,
Oh my god, I put liquor. That's liquor.
yeah.
That's liquor. Oh my god, I thought that was the end of the drink. No, that was
Yeah.
straight liquor. I forgot to mix my liquor. Oh my god, yeah, that was awesome. And there's a goddamn mosquito in my liquor. You fucking enjoying that shit? Fucking bastard. Take that. Ooh, that was liquor.
Man, I'm starving. I gotta make something to eat. I'm gonna hop down and chat. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, man. All right, let's I will be right back. I'm going to
Yeah.
grab. What did I do with that? The pipe is over there, and then the tube is inside. So I will be just a moment.
Yeah.
Retrieving
Okay.
one item.
Yeah. So how you doing, Panic Cat? Still in the chat? So you been doing today, JC? Cheers, everybody in chat.
Oh shit! Down there, walked into that goddamn birdhouse in the dark. So unfortunately, I gotta go to the shed. But this is the pipe. This is a modified version of the pipe. This isn't the original pipe idea.
Yeah.
You can see how they kind of squish the ends. There's a fucking
Yeah.
camera,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
again, this isn't mine, so I wouldn't modify it, but I would squish this a little bit more on both
Yeah.
ends.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just stick the shit in here, and then these holes are obviously giving it a little bit more airflow to get a better flame.
Oh wow.
So I will return in a moment with the tubing.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Yeah, cheers. What y'all smoking on out there? I'm not sure what I'm smoking on. Something my neighbor grew outdoors. But yesterday I harvested my 2 Kobe. Looks pretty good.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, rubber, some sort of plastic piping.
Yeah.
Just insert it into the hole. This stuff is actually a little bit shorter than I probably wanted, but whatever.
Yeah.
We'll just go in from both ends, eh, Maniac?
Yeah.
That in there, and we'll start stacking some wood. See, I'd be fucking tripping all over all kinds of shit if I was doing this without this fucking floodlight, man. Just be like,
Yeah.
oh, God damn.
What is that? What's that light I see off in the distance? Is that the moon?
to my smoke show. This wood is old as fuck, so it's not going to take very long.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to bust up for another joint.
Yeah.
It's my local head shop right there.
Yeah.
Two Hoot on Main. Weed. Weed is in the proper vessel, which is
Yeah.
jar. Not a bag or a sack or a dispensary tub, but in a jar. That's where weed belongs.
Yeah. Is that the moon I see there in the
Oh no, I'm nowhere near close to even being pointed at the sky.
Oh, okay.
No, not to me. No.
Okay.
I don't. Where?
I see like a light there past the
Oh
fire.
yeah, that's the floodlight that allows me not to trip over everything and die while I'm doing
okay.
this.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was doing this in the dark. I mean, I got kind of like all my smoke and shit and whatever. I wouldn't be able to roll a joint in the dark. I'd just be like, all right, let's keep the fire going. But I want a marshmallow, so
Yeah.
I only ate 4, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, can you see that? I don't know if it's starting to lip up over the rim there.
Yeah.
See that blue coming out?
Oh wow.
Everybody who's still around, cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Smoke them if you got them. Enjoy my psychedelic fire. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's neat.
Ooh, there's some green coming out. I don't know. It's kind of coming out on that the right side of the screen there.
Yeah.
But you can see in amongst that orange that there's some green.
Yeah.
A little bit in the center too. It flares up a little bit, but once I get this joint rolled, I'll get you guys in a little bit closer because, like I said, those colors are going to last for a bit. So
yeah. So that piping I saw had like a bunch of holes in it. So it needs them holes to do this coloring too, or?
No, it just makes it more effective. Like I said, this isn't the like that the holes in it aren't the original version, but the whole chemical reaction is still there. This just allows a little bit more airflow for it to be more intense.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, I've known about this technique for oh my god, how old? I was like 15 when I first learned this or something. But my uncle taught it to a lot of people because it's a really cool little thing you can do, right? Make your fire super exciting, but you know. Because I mean, those who like fire, you'd be like, "Hey, I gotta fucking check this shit out, man." Ooh, shit, fucking seeds. And stuff. No, anyway. I want this joint rolled. Go on. Being too hasty. I'm trying to hastily roll a joint where I should not be.
Yeah.
Slow the fuck down and do it properly. Okay, here is that. I don't fucking know. No, I think that's it's stuck to me.
Wow, that's pretty cool. The different colors it throws up.
Yeah, man, unbound. You're definitely not missing out watching this.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I accidentally hit that button again. Yeah, fucking stupid. There we go. Let me see if I can get around to get a little bit more shading here. Down there. I know that the camera doesn't pick it up because the lights is too intense, but you can see there's like greens and blues.
Yeah, you can.
In the deep heart there, see that kind of thin, long vertical one there, or horizontal one, I guess. There's like a mauve in there, which kind of flares up once in a while.
Yeah.
Right. I think it actually looks better far away because the camera's not picking it up so much, but
yeah.
Yeah, once that orange kind of takes in, like I said, if the fire itself is too big, then the orange takes over and you really lose the colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can see those greens right in the base there, right?
Yeah. Yes, I was seeing that. That was pretty cool. I never. That's the first time I never heard of that. Really.
Yeah, man, that's real cool.
Yeah, it is.
And once the actual fire, like the really intense orange fire starts to die down, there'll still be hints of that that blue and stuff until all of the plastic is burnt out, because it'll still continue to react with the copper, right? Because the copper is going to last for fucking damn near ever, right? Like you can burn copper for forever, and you're really not going to lose much. But when I picked it up actually, and I started sticking the plastic in, I noticed that there's quite a bit of oxidation on the exterior of the copper. So I figured that, maybe it's because it's been sitting, like the chemical reaction plus the copper sitting outside is starting to create that green shell that copper gets when it sits out for too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish the camera could get this way better, because there's way more green and blue in that.
Yeah.
Why can't you see things like the human eye, damn it?
Yeah.
This is one of my great finds of life.
Yeah.
Finding this for a campfire.
Yeah, I got a fire pit outside. We have a fire once in a while out there.
I feel a little bit like Tom Hanks from Castaway. I have made fire.
Yeah. can see some of the greenish in it. Bluish, kind of bluish.
Yeah, like I said, once that orange kind of starts to die down a little bit, you'll definitely start seeing. I've had one. I mean, this is really nice. Like, it's really throughout the entire fire. It's not kind of concentrated into one spot.
Yeah.
But I must have had a really good bed of coals going, because the intensity of the heat also dictates the colors too. So the more intense the heat, you get more variant in colors. I seen one that was like white because the fire was just so stoked when I put the fresh wood on it, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was intense. Because it'll throw like an actual like red, not like a fire red or that hue of red, but it'll throw a red.
Yeah.
You know. But hey, man, we don't like a campfire. I like a campfire.
Yeah, I do too. I think they're nice. I think they're peaceful too.
Well, I find when I get really into watching like the flames, and maybe not so much focusing on one spot in the fire, but just kind of like losing focus and just watching the fire and just seeing the dance of flames, you know?
Yeah.
What I'm really liking about this one is when it's not as like all over the fire, the more concentration is towards like the camera view. So I'm getting a really good show. It's not hidden by logs or something. I'm just like, there's some color right there.
Yeah.
Right up in that shit. You'll occasionally get a similar kind of effect if like certain like glossed paper, if you use like a certain kind of gloss paper, like from like inserts from like newsprint or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The certain ones of them, they'll produce a small brief iridescent color like that. So there must be some sort of like copper mixed in with whatever plastic that they use.
Yeah, right? Must be.
Because I burned a lot of like those cardboard boxes from Christmas presents for kids, man. I'm like, way too much recycling. Let's burn some.
Yeah.
Oh, there are coyotes out there tonight.
Yeah.
I heard them.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear coyotes once in a while out here too, off in distance.
We had a pack of coyotes living in the yard, and we figure one of them had rabies. To be honest with you,
yeah,
because it wasn't like wounded, but it was haggard. Like it did not look healthy. And then so they called some people and dealt with it. And then I guess one of my coworkers just found one of them dead in the back of the yard, like near the building. And I'm like, it stinks so bad. I'm like, well, then don't go out there. But that's where the sun is. And I'm like, well, then shut up.
Yeah.
So you want to go sit in the sun, but deal with the dead coyote carcass? Hey, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess they trapped them. I don't even know. They say they got rid of them. I don't know what that means. So could mean anything. Could mean that they got rid of them. They could mean they disposed of them.
Yeah.
Who knows? But they're no longer in the yard because they were like, they'd get like 15 feet from your truck and not move,
Yeah. Wow.
Last thing I need in the middle of the night is to be smoking a coyote with a giant flashlight or something,
Yeah.
Because if I ever have to walk the yard in the middle of the night, I do carry a giant blue flashlight that if I come across a coyote that just won't leave me the fuck alone, I have like a skookum weapon, because it takes one of those like huge brick size 9-volt, 12-volt batteries or whatever.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's got some weight to it, right? So I mean, this thing is like got to be like 10 inches long and about the lens is probably 6 inches across.
Wow.
So it's got some weight to it, and once it shatters, now I got a fucking scratching stabby weapon. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the tricks I learned from the old guys who used to really work in the bush.
Yeah.
Oop. What was that?
Yeah.
What was that? I was pretty sure I heard that. Did you hear that? I know I ain't losing it. I heard the noise. Yeah, I got a cart full of wood and a jar full of weeds. So
yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, I really could, but I ain't gonna walk through the shed in the dark.
Yeah.
Get too old for that shit. I mean, I already slammed my pinky between two pieces of wood today, and I'm like, that fucking hurt.
Yeah.
Is it like Discord doing that? I think that's what Discord makes on this. I didn't realize Discord made a noise.
Last year we was out having a fire and a fox walked right over by the fire, like, and he was
Fox, that's cool.
It's just like he was watching it and watching us.
That's cool, man. I haven't seen a fox in a number of years now.
Yeah.
They're like, their tail is huge, but they're not as big as I thought they were in like the wild.
Yeah.
Like I've seen them at the zoo. It's not quite the same, but yeah, I seen like there was, because I drive through farmland, and that's kind of where they live. There's like stands of trees every so often. So I mean, it kind of gives them a place to hide and shit. But yeah, they're a lot smaller than I really thought that they were.
Yeah. Then one time back, it was back probably 3 years ago, We was at foxes waiting, then daytime coming right up the yard here.
Is that the first time that you'd seen foxes in your
No.
yard?
No.
Or maybe they're just getting a little bit more comfortable with you.
Yeah,
It's like,
they
this
must
guy's
be.
chill, man. Yeah, I mean, as long as they're not doing damage or killing or
Yeah.
whatever, nature, let be nature.
Yeah.
I found actually I would say a large bat, to be honest with you.
Oh wow.
And it was unfortunately dead, but it was hanging from my downspout. It's probably about a month ago now, and
Yeah.
I just happened to be taking out something to the alley, and they're like the downspout drains to my rain bin, and I usually give my rain bin a shake to see how full it is.
Yeah.
And then I happened to see this large black mass hanging from the. It actually spooked me initially because I'm like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah.
And so I took a closer look at it, and I'm just like, there's flies all over it. And I'm just like, that's a goddamn bat. So I grabbed my son, and we look at this thing, and I'm just like, I'm poking, I'm poking the dead thing with a stick.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, a fucking dead bat hanging from my downspout, which was like super weird. I'm like, I put up a bat house a number of years ago, and it was up for like 3 years, and nothing ever moved in. So I took it down, and I'm like, 2 years after I take the thing down, I finally see a bat in my yard. I'm like, no.
Wow.
So, because when we first bought the bat house, like we looked into how long it can take a bat to find the house, right? Because you got to
Yeah.
put it in a certain spot. They have like preferred conditions that they'll live in, and I'm just like, okay, well, this is the best I can do in my yard. So I put one up. I'm
Yeah.
like, just because you know what, they help with mosquitoes and shit. I'm like, I live by a fucking drainage slough. It seemed like a good idea.
Yeah.
Natural pest control. But yeah, nothing ever moved in. It got full of spider webs, and I'm like, it's out there for 3 years. I'm like, well, they're like, if they haven't lived it by 2 years, they're not going to find it. I'm like, okay, so I took it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, bats, man. Because I'd had heard bats in the air. Like I knew
Yeah.
I didn't just randomly put up a bat house. I'm like, I knew there were bats in the neighborhood because
Yeah.
my wife and I would sit outside on nice evenings, and you could kind of hear shit moving by, right? And I'm just
Yeah.
like, well, that's not a bird. And when I was hearing noises that I didn't know, I'm just like, I looked it up based on time of year, and there's like migrating birds, and they like chirp every so often as a form
wow.
of like echolocation. So like
Yeah.
migrating birds, like say blue jays or cardinals or something like that, like a larger bird, when they do their night flying, you hear like a chirp and then like a pause and then a chirp, but it's like moving all the time. And I'm like, well, that's not a bat because bats like aren't that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I learned that when birds migrate in the dark, they chirp. There's like a
Oh
single
wow.
chirp, and it's just like and it's typically a solitary bird chirping in the night because they don't typically do that.
Yeah.
But I won't hear no Canadian geese while I'm up here,
Yeah.
because I've been hearing Canadian geese at home, which means they're already on the move.
Yeah.
So because I see them in late spring when they're when they're doing their hatchlings, and migrating north, and now they're migrating south, so they are probably already migrated farther south than this.
Yeah. Kind of weird in a way how them birds fly to when like in between seasons fly fly south, north, or wherever way. They fly to the heat where it's warmer.
Yeah.
Then they fly all the way back. Probably a lot of them don't make it.
Well, I mean, as a Canadian, you know, I've done my research on the Canadian goose, and I'm just like, they're very territorial, and very, very territorial when they're nesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, they when they sleep, they only shut off half of their brain.
Oh wow.
So you can't really sneak up on a Canadian goose when it's sleeping, because half of its brain is still awake.
Oh.
Because I love nature and I love the nature of things.
Yeah.
Which is weird because no one in my family is really as like a nature buff as I. You know?
Yeah.
Like my mom really didn't have a green thumb. My dad definitely didn't have a green thumb. My sister, I mean, I don't know if she owns a plant. Although my sister did take something away from me at one point in my life. I kept rats. Just your common rat. And I chose albinos as the species that I chose to just keep as a pet. So after my sister kind of settled and, you know, her kids were a little bit older, her family now keeps rats as pets.
Wow.
So they bought a pair of rats a couple of years ago. One of them unfortunately passed away, and they just bought another rat. So I have influenced my sister, who is not typically into anything I really do, because her and I are like opposite sides of the same coin. You know, it's like, hey, we're like brother and sister. We're like, and we're so close together in age. Like, we're only a year apart in age, so we're like super close growing up.
Yeah.
So yeah, you couldn't get any farther from like, hey, I'm like a complete stoner, to be like, I'm an academic whiz, and I'm like, it's hard to follow you through life.
Yeah.
You know, this is like, I thought that many times growing up. I'm like, it's hard to follow her through life. Because I mean, I'm smart. I go about it differently.
Yeah.
You know, I have a different kind of intelligence. Like my sister is really good at literally everything she ever puts her mind to. Like, you know, the things that I do like really awesome, but I don't do a lot of shit because I don't want to be like, oh, I failed horribly at that, because I know I ain't going to be able to do it. You know? Like somebody like challenges my sister, like, and I'll give you for an example. I mean, I love my sister, but she's competitive in life, and no matter what it is that she does. She was very distraught, we'll say, when I announced to my family that my wife, we weren't married at the time, but my wife of now were pregnant, right?
Yeah.
Because her best friend got married before she did, and that kind of blew her mind. So she's like, oh, I'll have a kid for us. I'm like, no, your baby brother decided to knock off his girlfriend 6 months before you got pregnant. Right? And I was like, oh, well, I didn't know you were trying, and well, we were ready, but we were trying not to be ready, right? You know, it's just like, we weren't practicing safe sex, but you know, we were hoping and praying in faith that nothing would happen. So but it did, and here we are now.
Yeah.
And it just like, you know, she got a little toughed about that. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like biology, like and what pissed her off the most is because I'm like, yeah, we just like stopped using protection and it just happened, right? And my wife and her husband had been trying like on the cycles or whatever to do it. I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It just happened. So yeah, my sister is a very, very competitive person. So I'm just like, I'm not. Like, I know what I'm good at, and that's pretty much what I'll stick to, you know. And if I need to learn something due to, hey, you know what, this is based on something that I already know, I have a basis for it. I'm not gonna be like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna study biology. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
that's not how this brain works.
Yeah.
A plus B equals C. That's how this brain works.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a mosquito on my marshmallow. Oh, yeah. See how dry that wood is, man? Like, there's like no sparks coming off of that.
Yeah. See that?
Well, one of my previous tasks here that I was tasked with doing, I know that seems a little redundant, but I'm fucking baked, was to move wood from the split pile to the wood shed for convenient use and more drying, or better drying.
Yeah.
And well, I'm up here solo. I mean, and I'm here, like, this is my first day here, like, first full day here. I'm like, yeah, I forgot I had to do that. I don't want to feel the wood shed, but I gotta feel the wood shed. So I gotta fill the wood shed at some point during this week.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of those tasks. But I mean, the cart that I use it carries quite a bit actually. So I mean, I'm not using like a wheelbarrow and it's like stacked. So I'm literally moving a stacked pile to a stacked pile to a stacked pile.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like I'm cutting wood and doing all that. I'm just moving wood around.
Yeah.
So. Sure. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that, you know, I can't be pulling my kids out of school for a week. I'm like, son, you're coming with me on a camping vacation. We do man stuff.
Yeah.
And the man stuff we do not speak about.
Yeah.
Man, that cord just keeps creeping up on this thing. Get in there. Oh man, I'm like the worst fucking host ever. Oh my god, who we got? Allie, I'm sorry, I'm fucking baked. I apologize. I've heard beeps and boops on my phone. I'm sorry. The Discord has been blown up. Somebody's like, I apologize. Welcome to the fire stream.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
Good.
I'm also a little crossfaded.
Uh-oh. Are you there by
And you
yourself?
know how often this guy drinks.
I was told to tell you there's a troll in the basement.
Yes!
It's too late now.
I love trolls in my basement. I wish I had more.
Yeah.
I'd make them my minions and have them do my fucking bidding.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Just work on my grow. Make sure it turns out good.
Yes. I would be the master of the trolls, and they would do my bidding. And unfortunately, I would forever stink like troll. But it's a small price to pay, I suppose.
What do we assume that trolls smell like?
Well, just I don't know. Like, have you ever heard of a troll really in any literature that you ever have encountered in your existence? for trolls to be of, we'll say, godliness.
No.
So I mean, I hate to stereotype trolls, and if there's any trolls kicking around, let us know. Do you stink or do you not? Say in the chat. All the trolls hanging
I
out.
know that they can smell the blood of a Christian. I do know that.
Really?
Yep. They can smell the blood of Christians.
Now, is it like practicing, or like you were baptized as a child, but you don't like you have your own kind of like secular, non-Christian?
I think as long as you're like, I don't know if it's just solely Christianity, but I feel like if you practice any form of religion, they'll be able to smell your blood, and then you'll have a bad time. Or at least that's what the movie Troll Hunter told me.
Okay, so I have to renounce all beliefs and believe in nothing? Is that's an extreme choice. Now, what do trolls believe in? Do I have to believe in what a troll believes in, or do I just have to renounce everything and just...
Oh no, I think it's just like a renounce your god and then you're good. You're golden.
Okay. It seems deep. Very deep.
I'm not seeing anything about what they actually smell like. What do...
Well, I mean, they spend a lot of time in caves and in mountains and alone.
Somebody's reply on Google was not strawberries.
Okay. Well, they don't smell like strawberries, so that is a relief.
Oh no, this was they're talking about the troll doll from when they were a kid.
Oh, okay. Well,
the troll
man,
had
I
an
made an echo.
unmistakable aroma of freshly molded plastic.
I possessed troll dolls in the
I
past.
have a troll doll somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's around.
I'm pretty sure I no longer possess a troll doll with the jeweled tummy. I possessed a one. It was given to me in like a stocking stuffer Christmas gift thing. And I did play with it. My sister got a couple more after that, and I'm like, well, I got a troll, and it was cool, but I didn't like do a whole lot with it.
What are you doing in ACG basement? You live in the U.S. You live in the U.S. ACG live in Canada. You travel from U.S. over to Canada to get in his basement, in his house?
Oh no, there's just a tunnel to every Canadian basement from America.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, we cannot stop them, unfortunately. They have access to our basement.
We're like rats.
Every time they see us, they just be like, oh, a basement. They just want to go hang out. Just be like, hey man, just come to your basement.
and we try to God damn.
Uh-oh. Phone's ringing. She's is she? You all right? You're burning the place down, are you?
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god.
That would be unfortunate. If anybody's gonna burn anything tonight, it's gonna be this guy right here in that pit. You see that big pit? You want me to put some more wood on there? Because I want to put some more wood on there.
Yeah, I think you should. I think that would be cool. So are you there by yourself besides Gozer? Is there others?
Logs. I need more logs. More. That's big. Crossways there.
You know, I stayed up all night last night.
Yes, I am. Absolutely alone out here, with the exception of my dog, Dozer, Dozer, like as in bulldozer,
Mm-hmm.
and because you're like Gozer from like, I'm like, I wish I was that cool.
So it's just Gozer. Wait.
No, it's Dozer, not Gozer.
Oh, Dozer.
I know, and you said that, and I'm just like,
really
oh my
cute,
god,
though.
why didn't I think of that? Why am I not that cool?
I thought you were that cool.
I am unfortunately not that cool.
Oh, man. My mom was like, Gozer is such a fucking cool name for a dog.
No,
Nope.
unfortunately, his name is Dozer, like as in
He's
bulldozer.
still very-
But it was funny for my kids to try and say his name because they couldn't say Dozer, so both of my kids called him Dodo. They're just like Dodo,
Dodo.
Dodo.
Did I show you guys my new grinder?
Oh, hang on. Let me figure out how to get this. Hang on. I'm still new at the mobile thing, so give me solo layout. There you go. What do we got there? Ooh, I even like the color.
It's a 4-piece,
Nice.
and
Oh, wow.
it came with a guitar pick to clear off the ash from squishing nugs in there.
Nice.
No Keith. No Keith. But
Not yet.
it's not like there would have been Keith anyway, because my other fucking grinder was so Keefified that the fucking screen was just completely pitch black. Like there was just no nothingness coming through.
Oh, wow.
I kind of feel like a scuba diver like this.
Okay. I figured out how to get you there. Now I got to figure out how to not get you there. Okay. Let's go with this one. See what happens.
Hey.
There you go.
Hey.
There you go. I did something that, yay. No, I can do this on the computer. I don't typically do this from mobile because, like, I can't fucking, do the chat properly and have my pop-outs and the shit running. I'm just like, this is actually more work than doing it on a PC, to be honest with you, for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's more frustrating and all that shit. I'm just like, no, I'd rather be like live from a PC than live from a mobile.
I'm from New York. This is Saturday night.
I agree with you, ACG.
I was trying to heat my hands up on the fire.
The other
That's what
day
I
I
was
went
doing.
out
Oh yeah, I
live.
totally understood what you were doing there. I'm just like, yeah, somebody stoked the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm absolutely alone. There's a couple of neighbors here, but their lights aren't on. There's no porch lights. There's nobody, man. I didn't hear a boat on the lake at all today.
Oh,
So,
wow.
no, I come out here in early to mid-October because typically the weather is still pretty decent. You know,
Yeah.
I can deal with a snowfall or a rain or something like that. Like, that's not a big deal. But, yeah, it's always so nice and quiet out here at this time of year.
And you were just like, I'm fucking off, fam.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, this is like I've been coming here since I was very young.
Is this like a tradition for you?
Well, it's a second home for me. Like I have spent if have spent any place other than like where I've been resting my head, it is here,
Ooh.
right? So I mean, like wherever I call home is currently the most longest time I spent in a place typically,
Yeah.
because I don't move a lot. But this place, other than like where I currently live, is the most time because I spend weeks of time here. And I've been
Yeah.
spending weeks and months of time here since I was like 10 years old.
Yeah.
How long do you think collectively you stayed there?
Oh, CK.
Well, I have spent at least 6 summers here, so I'm going on at least a year. And that's just as a child. Um, I've spent probably before my kids were born. I'd say I was up here probably 3 weeks out of every year,
Oh,
and
wow.
then so we'll say another 10. Because even before, like even after my son was born, we were still coming up here like 3 times a year. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time other than a
Yeah.
home here. So I love this place, man. It's so relaxing. It's so beautiful. Like the trees. When I was live with GamPro, shout out to him, man. Oh, big props to him for fucking hanging out with me doing the fucking trek, man. Like,
Oh, he's perfect for a fucking road trip, dude.
yeah, that was huge, man. Like that made that road trip so enjoyable. Like you don't even understand how much enjoyable that was than just being like, yeah, I've done this trip like I don't know.
Yeah.
But no, he was like a fucking trooper, man. Like, dude, hung out with me. Like I was already on the road when he went live, and I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna hang out for a bit, see how long dude, like he went from literally my front door to the front door of the cabin because I did the slow roll at the end of the stream as I was coming up because the view coming up the like the cut where going to the lake. Everything is in autumn colors now. Granted, it's not like oranges or whatever, and like there's a
Yeah.
lot of yellow, but it's super beautiful coming down there. And as you hit the crest of the hill, you see um, the the lake. You can't see a whole lot of it, but you can tell that there's a lake down there, and there's still just a beautiful cut of beautiful trees down into that area. And then as I'm rolling in, I'm just like, well, there's another like highway cut, and it's like mostly evergreens. You see like the spotting of trees, and I go around the corner, and I'm just like, there's the multi-million-dollar house. I turn the corner, and I'm just like, here's a bunch of houses, blah blah blah. And as I turn in, it's just like the whole yard is covered in a light coating of like turned leaves, and the treetops are all in color, and like the sun is coming in just the way that like the whole yard is illuminated. I'm like, it was like that shot,
Oh, yeah.
So
That, like,
oh yeah, I totally had Jesus light in that shot, and I'm just
oh,
like,
yeah.
I saw it, and I like slow rolled, and I'm just like, and I was so grateful for him to hang out, man. Like that was fucking wicked. Like
Yeah.
I figured he'd just be like, oh yeah, enjoy your trip, but no, he was a fucking trooper. Oh my god, goddamn trooper. Loved it.
When we were kids, every summer we would go on a road trip to Michigan where our grandfather lived. And so yeah, we have always had that traveler blood where we just love a trek. We love like going on an adventure and just shooting the shit with whoever is in the car. I remember the one time we got into on a little bit of a different note, we got into an accident the one time. And I remember I started crying and like putting stuff over my
Hell
head
yeah.
to protect my head. and my brother was like holding on to stuff and laughing hysterically. Super elated, just super excited because we were traveling to Canada and it was wintertime and the street we were going down had like no street lamps. So we just started like spinning out like crazy. And I'm crying and freaking out. My brother's laughing hysterically. It's just a perfect example of how him and I are a little bit different.
Nice. Yeah, you'll come across that Canadian streets with no street lamps. In all honesty, I wish my house didn't have a street lamp right in the front yard, and not for like aesthetic purposes. I don't give a shit about that, because it ruins the Halloween ambiance when you have a goddamn street light in your front yard. And that's the only reason I hate the street light in my front yard, is because I can't really go with a super dark and jump scare. I got to do with, you know, other motion and things and stuff, because I can't get my yard dark enough because of the goddamn street light in my fucking front yard.
Yeah.
Takes away all the spookiness.
It does. It does. And that was like, and I told my wife, I'm like, you know, this is one of the sacrifices I'm making to buy this home, right? She's like, I understand. Because that is how important, like, even after my kids and shit are gone, I am still going to decorate for Halloween. Why? Because Halloween to me is like more awesome than Christmas.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, I'm not knocking Christmas. I like Christmas. But you know what? When my kids are older and they're all moved out, and like, if they don't have kids, they just be like, well, what am I doing for Christmas? I'm not doing anything for Christmas. I'm doing something for Halloween. And I love Halloween. I love being able to, and people don't get pissed off at you just jumping out and scaring the shit out of literally everyone that you meet ever. Like, and just be like, you come on my property, I'm gonna scare the shit out of you, and you can't say nothing because Halloween.
Yeah. Shame on you, Ellie. You got me thinking about going and getting something to munch on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What do I got? Oh, I have to share some of these. Let's put them. I'm stoned here, trying to show the opposite side of the camera. That's not working. I have these.
Oh boy.
Heck
He's
yeah.
really getting fancy on it.
Yeah, but I put the chemical in the fire, and I'm not gonna like give myself some poisoning, because how awesome would that be? So I'm just gonna eat the marshmallows. But my dog, oh my god, he would not leave me alone. As soon as he realized there was a bag of marshmallows sitting there, he would not leave me the fuck alone.
Where is he?
Like, this is the only thing that I have come across. My dog will eat pretty much everything. And he loves vegetables. He loves greens, man. Like, he's pretty fucking savvy about them. But marshmallows, he will bite children.
Really?
Wow.
Yes. So, yeah, he has bit both my children, because I'm just like, you sit at the table, you eat marshmallows, you don't share with the dog. Like, don't even put it below the table, because the dog will fucking bite you. And I'm like, I know, I told you, don't do it. So they fucking do it. I'm just like, a fucking dog bites you because you're stupid.
Well,
And then there was one time, I think it was my niece, was running around with a marshmallow in her hand, and it just drove my dog insane.
Oh man.
Yes, and that is the only thing he has ever nipped at anybody for. Well, it's not even aggressive purposes, but he's just like, he's like a crack fiend for marshmallows, man.
Heck yeah. I'm going to run out in the kitchen and grab something to munch on. I'll be right back.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
My fault. It's on my bed. What do you think about the marshmallows? Do they like? Is it just the softness, or?
You know, I don't even know really, because for years, and I was honestly thinking he was trying to replace marshmallows because my dog, like I said, is crack addicted to marshmallows. But for years he used to eat, and he doesn't do it so much anymore as he gotten older. I don't even think I can't even remember because I clean up his poo. Used to eat toilet paper, Kleenex, and paper towel.
So is my dog.
So I think marshmallows fall into that category, but the other ones fall into that category because of marshmallows. I think that when we fed him marshmallows, he was looking for a substitute, and he figured that toilet paper, Kleenex, and paper towel was a good alternative.
I mean, it's close enough. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
You know, I don't fault him. He's a dog. You know, cool. Do dog shit, but you know, and it never made him sick. He never like had problems passing it or whatever. But it's just like, hey, stupid dog, like, why the fuck are you eating the toilet paper? Why are you eating the Kleenex from the garbage can with the lid? You learn how to open a goddamn garbage can. Learn how to lift the lid on a garbage can to get to the goddamn fucking Kleenex in the garbage can. I'm like, you fucking dog. Because I bought a lid on a garbage can to keep the dog out. Do you think it worked? No.
No. No, of course not.
Of course not.
Because you got a big nose dog, and they figure out how to get into shit all the time.
Don't fuck, man. That is truth, right there. Goddamn truth. Like my dog, bless his heart, and you know, fuck my brain for not closing the gate, but he got out one day, this years ago, and he still was very mobile and very sniffing everything in possible sight. Well, it happened to be garbage day.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he ripped apart a few garbage bags, and someone called bylaw on him. Well, he came trotting back to my house, and I swear to you, not like a minute later, bylaw was knocking on my door because my dog had upset garbage cans. So they slapped me with a $250 fine because my dog got out, and I'm like, he has a license. He just the gate got blown open, or I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I'm sorry, my dog got out. Like, well, he ate like 3 garbage cans. I'm like, I doubt he ate 3 garbage cans, but let's go with that. Because my dog doesn't eat plastic. He might eat plastic bags, but he ain't eating through your garbage can.
My dog will chew on plastic and then spit it out. It's like chewing gum to him. So I'll be like, nyah, 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 and then it'll just be like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, why?
Yeah, he was actually out here at the beginning of the stream. Dozer was, because I wanted to hang out with him, but fucking crotchety old man is just like, you were not giving. Where are the marshmallows? Oh, you took the marshmallows away. I don't want to be out here anymore. And I'm like, well, fuck you, dog. Like, okay, well then go outside, and I'll just fucking chill outside. I remember when you used to want to do this. I want to go lay down on my bed. Fucking geriatric dog.
How old is he?
He's 15.
Well, holy shit.
Yeah, he's a Basset Hound Lab cross. So he is well beyond the life expectation of either one of those breeds.
Oh my God, you're so lucky. That is
Yeah,
amazing.
I'm so lucky. But the thing is that his heart is in it so much in life that unfortunately he has made it my decision to make that decision because my dog is obstinate and my dog is just like, no, I don't need your help. I don't want your ramp. I don't want you picking me up. Right? Because he knows. My dog knows. But my dog is obstinate and he's going to fucking be like, no, I am making you have to make that decision because I'm going to fucking last as long as I can because I love you, but I can't and don't want your help.
Get off me! I can do it myself.
Yeah, because when we were out here in April, and I swear to God, this has to be the second funniest story about my dog. Okay, um, and the first one takes place up here too because he's just that awesome. Uh, but we were out here, and there was, I'm not even joking, like 3.5 feet of snow on the ground in April when we came up here. Okay, and
Oh my God.
it was really really nice. And by the time we left, there was only about 1.5 feet. Like that's how nice it got. Like it just fucking just melted everything, right? But in between the maximum amount and the minimum amount, like we were kind of just hanging out on at the fire pit here, and there was a huge snowbank from where the plow had left its giant berm for the winter, and then like 25 feet of just like potholed snow from where the kids were playing. And I'm like, yeah, there's no way the dog's gonna take off, when the fucking because we didn't have him on leash, and a couple of dog people with their dogs walked by. And I'm like, oh, don't worry about him. He's just like he's too old to take off through the path, and somebody will catch him. Nope, dog decided he'd beeline it across the snow. And I'm like, oh my God, my dog is going to fucking break a leg as soon as his fucking paw goes through that snow. I'm like, this is going to be a horrific accident. What the fuck is happening? Nope. He got about 10 feet. His fucking rear end gave out slipped on the ice. He fucking bailed, slid about 5 feet, tried to get up once, and he's just like, no, this isn't happening.
No.
So I had to trudge out into the snow, which I mean, I used the term trudge because I fucking love that word, trudging. Can you,
It is a great
can you
word.
just imagine the effort when you have to trudge? But
And
yeah, no. So I trudge through the snow, and I get to him, and I'm like, I pick him up, I turn around, and I was gonna walk him back. Do you think that fucking obstinate dog is gonna let me walk him back that 10 fucking feet back to the fire pit? No, he fucking like growled at me. He's like, no, you put me fucking down. I'm walking back, bitch.
my dog growled at me today. Little
I
brat.
mean, I love my dog, but man, is he grumpy.
I gave my dog a bath today. And I had to rinse his balls.
Well,
And he
that's
got
always
very upset by it. He was like, ugh. I was like, whoa, okay, sorry. And then he looked up at me like, I'm sorry, just don't go near my balls. But I don't want him to stink,
Yeah, I give my dog doesn't like water. I think I dropped this tidbit earlier, but he hates water. He's not angry about the water. He just doesn't like being wet. So he's like very adamant about being wet, getting wet, sources of getting wet. He'll run from the hose. He won't like attack you or be like vicious or anything. He just doesn't like the hose. So it has always come down to me taking him into a tub and bathing him. I can't bathe my dog with a hose. Like I can't bathe him outside. I can't bathe him in a tub. It's not happening. So it's got to be in an enclosed space. And me, because I'm pretty sure my dog would have bit anybody else who tried to bathe him ever. See, I am literally an emotional support dad. But we're gonna take a break from pets. I love animals, and I love having an animal. I love the things that they do and all the cuteness and weirdness and shit that happens with them. But I've never not had a pet, and I'm gonna take a break from that.
I lived my entire life without having pets. Really, like furry, snuggly, like mammal pets. And I don't think I ever want to go back to not having a fluffy friend.
Ooh. I feel you on that one. I mean, but as an older person, I mean, I do have at least a decade on you, if not more. But the freedom of being able to, like, when you live on your own and like you have kids, like you drag your kids and you have to put your dog or your cat or whatever pet you have under the care of somebody else, so you're relying on somebody else. The freedom to just be like, you know what, I'm gonna go somewhere for the weekend and I don't have anybody to have to look after my dog or my cat or my hedgehog or my snake or whatever it happens to be, right? Like I'm looking for a couple of years of just being able to, like, I'm gonna do this because why not? I've never really experienced that because even when I lived on my own, like as a bachelor, I always had rats. Like I always had a pet. So I'm like, hey roommate, can you make sure you don't kill my rats?
Yeah.
That's awesome, yeah.
So, and I've always had to come back and be like, oh, but not now another pet that I have is Cannabis. I'm just like, okay, well, I have to be like, I don't have to, worst time for me is seedlings. Veg and flower, I can let plants go for a bit. But I brought 3 seedlings up with me.
Oh. And what are you going to do with that?
Look after them. That's literally all I'm going to do, Allie. The only reason I brought them with me is because I have, like, I never asked my wife to look after my garden. I don't expect her to look after my garden. She's not into the culture. She doesn't do things. She does smoke with me every so often, but I'm like, this is mine. I don't expect you to do anything. When I shut it down for self-sufficiency, I can go about 5 days, maybe 6, a week, depending on what the temperature and humidities at home are doing when I leave. Like, that's basically it. Like, what's the lung room doing? And that's pretty much what the garden's doing. So, but yeah, seedlings can't survive that kind of neglect. So I'm like, okay, well, I've learned that I should really stop doing that. So I brought 3 seedlings with me so that they don't die.
Your love. So they feel your love. I feel it. I mean,
I'm really not going to do much. I'm just going to water them and whatever. But at least that's something that they need that they wouldn't get if I wasn't there.
Luckily,
and the only reason I brought them with me is because it's just me. I would not have brought them if I had my family with me.
Mm-hmm.
They unfortunately would have made a sacrifice. If they make it, they make it. If they don't, well, let's move on.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate turn of events, but hey.
Do you have more seeds laying around you could
Well, the Michigan Stinky Larry I have lots of. What's the other one? There's a Bubba Kush. I think that's the last seed I have of that.
I'm just thinking,
and it's actually doing well. Or doing better than it was. It actually looks like it's a healthy plant now. But it's taken a long time to get there. And the other one is a black sugar bag seed that I am so desperate to grow.
Why is that?
Well, the bud of this particular bag that I bought was super, like the purple was like black. It was beautiful. The nugs were beautiful. So, and I happened to get one seed out of that ounce that I bought. So I'm like, I want to
Dang.
grow this. I want to see if I can grow this, if I can clone this, because this was fucking fireweed.
That's exactly how I felt when I found a couple of seeds of this Pebbles OG. I found 2 seeds of it in 1 ounce. And
Nice.
so I was like, well, I gotta try it. I gotta try and grow it.
Yeah.
It's like
I have a couple of, I don't find it very often in like the government dispensary weed. I have found a bean or two. But YouTube has actually been a good source. I mean, and I have my affiliate site too. So I totally work. They're like, here's your deal. You buy more, and I'm like, well, I'm using my own affiliate site, so I get my own discount back at some point. I just have to wait a little bit. So I'm like, I'm really like, I'm like robbing them anytime I buy from my affiliate. So any beans I want to like, because I don't really have like a grow list. I'm like, that sounds cool. You know, I have beans that have been gifted to me, and I'll just grow whatever I have, right? Like I'm not too particular because, you know, for the most part, unless it's like shitty weed, you know, I'm a pretty good grower. I grow pretty good trichomes, so I may not grow like the hugest plants, but I grow pretty good weed for myself. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've seen, you've done a great job.
I have a hard time giving up on plants. My wife has told me many a time in just regular house plants, like I have brought like the sickliest looking plant back to life. She's like, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Don't
Like,
overwater it.
when I want to save something, I'm just like, I try so hard, and when I can't, or I don't know what happened, so I can't, I'm like devastated. Anytime I lose a plant to like, because I've had a couple that have just literally just browned and died. I'm like, I have no idea what happened. No idea what happened. It's just like, was that so much of a shock that you're just like, fuck you, bitch, I'm goat.
I think some seeds just are like not finicky, just bitchy. They're like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna grow. Fuck you.
Well, I've been kind of fortunate in the seeds that I've been gifted that they really do kind of survive the treatment that I give them in my garden, because I am a neglectful grower. You know, I won't deny it. I'm just like, I just don't feel like going in the garden, or life happens and I just like, oh fuck, I lost a fucking plant. You know, so. But plants that can survive what I do to them are definitely keepers, because if you can survive what I do to you, then your clones will be able to survive what I do to you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did some HST. I call it that because I don't know why, but I made my plant look like the fucking stupidest, like non-cannabis plant looking thing from the rubber band training that I did with it.
Oh, really?
It's like all discombobulated all over the fucking place, like arms bent in weird directions. It looks like a monster. I don't know why I did it. I just was like, it needs more room to grow. I'm gonna put it this way.
Did you give it more? Like, did it end up giving more room to grow? Are you getting a bigger canopy and more top sites?
Yeah.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah.
Good you grow cannabis in the form that whatever is like, hey man, this is working for me.
Oh my god. I I walked into my basement earlier and it smelled so much like weed. Like so much like weed. It was insane.
Yeah.
And they're when am I done? I'm done like the end of this month.
Nice. Halloween harvest.
I know. Spooky harvest.
Yeah. Don't be scared while you're cutting them.
It's the super lemon stuff.
Is that a stony strain?
No, actually, I met a friend who lives close to me who grows, and they're like almost as like a parting gift after we had dinner the one time. They were like, "Hey, you want some clones?" And I was like, "Okay." So I took a couple clippings, and now I have 2 clamps.
Excellent. Now I don't know how your guys' StreamYards is working and how your device is set up, but I have the fucking like the man is watching moment, because as soon as I said to you, is that a stony strain? I had a Stony Baker MD YouTube fucking pop up on my little like screen notification thing. I'm like, you motherfuckers are motherfucking listening to me talking about shit.
Neo asks, "You on vacation, bro? What you smoking?"
Well, Mr. Neo, I am indeed on vacation, and I am smoking a large jar of dark matter diesel while I combust some wood and enjoy the company of.
Oh, he's combusting.
I'm combusting, which means I'm slacking. I need to combust some more. It just looks like a pit, a fiery pit to hell.
Hey, Neo.
I'm just watching this Stony Baker video really
This is
quick.
like the moment everybody waits for on the TV, where they with the fire TV. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, they're adding wood! Hooray, more fire!"
Here, I'll repost the link.
Oh yeah, man.
I can do it.
Yeah, Allie the mod. I'm too baked. I don't know what's going on. I'm the host. I have mods. Mods, please do mod stuff. Thank you for modding. I appreciate my mods. I hope I have that enabled.
Here's Ben.
I think I have that enabled. You should be able to.
Ben and ya.
Hey, Ben. Cheers.
Cheers.
Welcome. I'm going to make the giant flaming goodness full screen.
What a lovely bit of death.
Welcome to the fire stream.
I was over at Jet Wash's a little while ago, and they're all about twerking recently. Have you noticed that?
I guess they are.
They're all about what? Sorry.
Twerking.
Oh. Okay. Let's
what
go
up,
with that.
Cannabis?
Cool.
Hey,
Cheers, Neil. Been a while, man. Been a
What
while.
have you
How
been
you
up to,
been?
man? I haven't seen you for a while. I saw that you were on vacation here. I heard back a couple days ago, so I haven't talked to you. So what's been up, man?
Work, life, kids. You know, I've had several projects either fall in my lap or choose to be done. So I just kind of, I'm a homeowner, so I spend a lot of my free time either fucking smoking weed and doing stuff or smoking weed.
Yeah, I got to get this fucking tree cut down. It's all growing alongside my fence, man. I wish I could have got it done this spring, but I couldn't get it done, and now it's like twice the fucking headache, man.
Yeah, I got a tree that my neighbor wants, or because one of my neighbors is my wife's best friend, sort of. I guess I'll call her that for lack of a better term. But her husband and her have a mountain ash. Now I love a mountain ash. Mountain I think is a beautiful tree, and so they're just like, hey, you want this mountain ash? I'm like, yeah, I'll take this mountain ash. And I'm like, so every time that the season rolls around that I'm able to like transplant the mountain ash, I fuck up my shoulder. It was like early September rolled around. I'm like, I have tendinosis again. I'm like, I ain't doing nothing. Like you guys saw me, I had a heat pack on my shoulder for like 4 days.
I think the last time I saw it talk to you was probably right when you had that growing on the top of your roof.
Yeah.
That's probably the last time I talked to you. Good to see you kicking back, though, man. I wish I could get a fire pit in my backyard. That'd be sweet.
Well, I'm actually not at home. I am 600 kilometers from my home, at my aunt's cabin on the lake. I know you can't see it, but let's tilt this
How
camera
sweet
up
is
just a
that,
little
huh?
bit. Yeah. In that dark vastness of nothing, there's a lake about 100 meters from where I'm sitting.
Nice.
So.
Nice. Well, fuck yeah, you got what, 2 weeks?
Well, I'm off for 2 weeks, but I'm only here for 5 or 6 days. But I needed to unplug. I mean, I'm not really unplugged. I mean,
yeah,
but
I get you,
you know, like this is like I'm not sitting in the dark alone. You know, this is more of a keeping me sane kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, I get you.
But yeah, no, I come up here for like the unplug, the relax, because literally there's nobody. Like nobody. I could scream bloody murder and nobody.
Great. Nothing wrong with that.
So,
I mean,
super
unless
quiet.
you're getting murdered.
No, not murdered.
Yeah, I stopped in earlier, but you were just firing up, I think, when I came by earlier, and I had to run to go get a bunch of
Very
diamonds.
funny, sir. He was just
Yeah,
firing
well.
up. Get it? Because there's a fire on the screen.
Yeah, I got a little diamonds.
Yeah.
You know me, Grow. I freaking always try to keep the good diamonds, man. I can't get high off of weed anymore.
Speaking of which, I've been here a while. I'm pretty stoned. Let's get more stoneder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I brought up my nectar collector and I brought up some dabs with me.
Nice, man.
Oh
Nice.
boy.
Nice.
So we should say.
Well, it looks pretty nice.
This is my nectar collector. This is a water bulb, and there's actually water in there right now. But yeah, this is fire, man. I love this thing.
Where are you at in Calgary?
I am in Cold Lake, Alberta.
Oh, nice, man. Nice.
Population 18,000.
Wow.
Let me see if I'm correct. About 80 kilometers east of where I am currently sitting is the Saskatchewan border.
Oh, okay, I got you, man.
So, I am. There is civilized things happening, but there's no people. So I'm literally in the middle of nowhere. So if something happens, I'm like,
yeah, up there
I'm
it
fucked.
is. Up there it is in the middle of nowhere, man. That's for sure, man.
Would you say that it's cold?
You know what? I am going to do. Since I'm on the dark matter, I'm gonna fucking dab some dark matter.
Oh, really? That sounds yummy.
Yeah.
I'm dabbing. It's called. It's made by Zaza, and it's called Lottie Zottie. It's 97% diamonds. Oh, that looks tasty.
Yeah. That is from, it's this genetic, but it's from the previous grow of it. So.
Did you see any of my bids from the Roger Water concert I put up? Man, that was fucking epic concert, bro.
No, I've not really been on. Well, I mean, when I went on vacation, I spent a lot of time gaming. I haven't actually been on YouTube since I got addicted to Farm Sim. Goddamn Jet Wash.
Well, that was fault.
Oh, Jet Wash's fault, that motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm addicted to Farm Sim. Not that I blame him, because it really is a good game. I'm not going to fucking fault him on that. But, man.
Yeah, I've been doing the same, man. I've been fucking jamming on my PS5, playing. I'm waiting. I think the new Call of Duty Modern Warfare comes out in the next few days, I think. I played the beta, though. It was pretty badass, man.
Yeah, I thought the beta had come out already.
Yeah, but I
do catch quite a few of your gaming streams, but I lurk a lot of streams.
There's
so
another gentleman.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. That's why I ask if you've seen any, because I know you don't usually comment or anything. I know you just kind of do what I do.
No. I mean, I like a lot of what people do, but I'm just like, you know what? They're busy doing what they're doing. Like,
yeah.
I mean, unless it's like a super interactive stream, like I'm usually just kind of watching, being like, if I say hey, I'm pretty much lurking that whole stream.
Yeah, I'd seen you pop in and say hey, I think once, but not too long ago. But
I can't help but leave.
Well, YouTube doesn't send me a lot of because I can't have my phone on at work and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I don't if I'm working, it's just like I have to be actively scrolling YouTube to be like, oh, there's somebody I know live. I'll just leave a comment and just kind of and then I'll use it as the radio instead of listening to the radio.
Yeah, I get you.
Oh, that's a cool recycler that you have there.
Ooh.
That's a cool.
I don't know if you guys can hear that.
I like your glass piece.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
There's coyotes again.
Oh no.
Cool, man. I would dig the hell out of that.
Well, I did hear a loon. Not the standard loon that everyone knows loon, but they have multiple calls. Oh man, that was so tasty. But it was I haven't heard, so it must have moved down the lake a little bit.
Yeah.
But there are certain times a year, because I've been up here, in the winter you don't hear a lot. You hear a lot more the smaller birds and stuff like that. But I mean, you hear the squirrels and whatnot in the summertime, but you don't hear a lot of certain birds in the summer. Like the loons, you hear more in the spring and the fall, because the lake is just way too busy in the summer.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice lakes up there, man. I just looked at one of No-No's videos he did with his drone, man, and that looked really cool. It really makes me want to go out and buy one.
Yeah. I love it. Welcome, Han Solo. I fucking love it, bro.
What's up, man? I haven't seen you for a while either. Damn.
How's it going? Maine, how's it going, buddy?
Good, how you doing?
How's it going, dude?
Yeah.
I'm bringing them all out of the woodwork tonight.
Well, I hadn't seen you for a while, man, and I know you dropped in on mine once, so I figured I'd come by and say hi for a minute, man.
No, I appreciate you guys, man. I do. It's just anybody who comes and hangs out, because I'm like I said, I got a cart of wood, so.
Well, yeah. Share out your live on my community tab, man. Maybe some more people will see it and come in and bother you.
And what are you smoking on tonight, Mr. Solo?
Secret mints.
secret mints.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it does.
Secret cookies and animal mints. It's a yummy one.
There's another mosquito in my drink. God damn it. And it's not quite getting a free ride there, bug. Get out of my drink.
Yeah, I shared your live out. Sorry.
Oh, God.
Cool, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I feel like I went out and spent a ton of money at the dispensary today. I feel kind of guilty, but it's like, what the fuck? Got a nice fat zip of some wedding cake, so I was happy with that. What's weed going for up there these days?
Well, the last time I went into the dispensary was in July. I picked up an ounce of Pineapple Express for $110.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Around here. I got this.
But I found ounces of, and I really enjoy this strain actually, is BC Godbud. I can get ounces of that for $70. That seems to be a really popular one coming out of the coast right now.
Nice. Yeah, they can get the wedding cake up here in the Northwest for about 110, 120 for 28% wedding cake. And the diamonds go for about 15 a gram, 20 gram.
You know, if black market wise, I'm in the Pacific Northwest too. I'm in Bellingham actually, but
yeah, I know. I remember totally.
But
yeah,
bro, I seen the homie trying to sell me nice pounds of fucking light depth for $500. Nice ones, bro. Ones that we used to get 22 for. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
nice ones. And I was like, what, the $500? Holy shit!
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. The black market's booming. I mean, it definitely is booming. You know.
I don't know about booming. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, it is. They came up from Cali, those $500 ones. So if he's trying to sell them to me for $5, he probably got them for $250 or $300. You know.
Yeah. I'm down here in
that just means
Tacoma.
The market's crazy, and that's the outdoors not even down yet. Those are light depths.
Yeah,
the outdoor comes out, it's going to be flooded. There'll be more cannabis growing on the planet than at any other point in the history of man. Actually, this last or right now, summer, there's more.
Well, you know where I'm at, right? I'm south of you by about 60 miles, so the prices probably are a little bit cheaper even down here, probably than I don't know Bellevue's prices, but or Bellingham.
I'm at Bellingham, yeah. So, so I'm way up. I'm like 80 miles north of Seattle for sure.
Yeah, I lived in Mount Vernon. I was in a group home there when I was a little kid.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I've actually been to Mount Vernon.
We talked about that before, ACD.
Yeah, I used to go up to Blaine all the time and play wheelchair rugby up there, man. It was fucking awesome. Yeah. Great rugby.
I worked at a facility in Blaine for a couple of years. Now I got a nice 20 by 60 greenhouse I'm rocking.
Nice.
She's swelling up nice, about ready to take her to. Well, some of them I'm gonna take down next week, and then I got about 2 weeks on the rest of the stuff. But she's fucking sticky like crazy.
You did it outdoors?
I have a greenhouse. It's 20 by 60.
Sweet.
Big one. Well, there's two of them on the property, but I'm just using one.
Cool. Yeah, we had a great wet summer here, man. I mean, it would have been excellent for any kind of greenhouse outdoor grow. It was fucking perfect. I mean, for us, everything was just perfect. The humidity was right there. Everything was just perfect.
You better believe when
It's pretty
this
nice.
property becomes mine, I'm putting a greenhouse up back there, and I'm gonna grow some weed, and just be like, nature, do your thing, grow my weed, and I will come back at harvest time.
No, yeah, I could see that.
Oh,
Yeah, that looks pretty nice, man.
Because they get a really
That's
beautiful,
nice.
like where I live, my growing season is garbage. It's short,
Yeah,
it's dry, it's really not good for a lot of plants. Their
Yeah.
growing season up here, like I've seen the vegetables that these people grow, and I know how to grow fruit and vegetables. It dries the fuck out way too fast. Like, and I'm like, I don't have enough water sources from the sky to be able to fucking deal with this shit. So it's so much more beautiful out here, but the weather extremes is just like, if you miss fucking harvest, you are fucked, because frost will kill everything.
Yep. And you don't got much time to play with that either up there.
No.
You know, because you get your fucking frost real quick in comparison, like what we would, you know, down here.
Oh yeah. Well, and I mean, it hasn't hit sub-zeros here yet, according to my aunt. And I do keep this on like my weather app on my phone, so every time I like miss scroll on my weather app, I'm like, oh, it's like, it's warmer there than it is here right now. Well, motherfuckers. But yeah, it hasn't had a frost here yet. I've had a frost at home, so that is like a comparison. That was like 2 weeks ago that I had a frost. So they haven't had a frost here. So I'm like, okay, people are still gardening. I still saw corn on fields up here, and I'm like,
Nono had
back
frost
home.
up there in BC. He just did. I just talked to him, man, and he had good frost there. Just I think last night or night before last. So.
Yeah. Well, he's at a super high elevation too, right? Like he's in the mountains. He might be in a mountain valley, but he's still in goddamn mountains.
Yeah, he's up there.
ACG on my property, there's 2 10 by 15 rigid greenhouses. They're not hoop houses, they're nice greenhouses, and they have electricity in them and water and ventilation and heat and lighting. Yeah, they're dope. So like that, all those worries go away, because like it don't matter if it's cold. Yeah. What happens? You set the thermostat and fucking it gets too hot. The ventilation, the vents open up. They're automated. They flaps open up and the vent fan turns on. And if it's
man, you ever get down to Tacoma, you're always welcome by here, man. Stop by and do a dab, hit me up, man, or whatever. Fuck.
Yeah, well, I come down there sometimes. But it's like
yeah, I actually go to Bellingham quite a bit, actually, so I can just back and forth,
When it gets cold, the heater kicks on, so I'm about to fill that thing with a bunch of autos, and I have some plants in there with the lights on right now that are still flowering. I'm just gonna, as soon as I 420 grow tent, he's gonna send me some autos this week. So as soon as they come in, I get them popped. I will turn the lights off in there, and the plants that are in there will start flowering, and then the autos will do their thing. I'll just set the heater and they'll be good.
Heck yeah.
Just set the water and feed them, and they'll go. But yeah, I'm kind of. I would do that. In mine, it's a smaller one. In the smaller ones, they actually just have these red industrial like greenhouse heaters, maybe 18 by 18 inches, like big red square industrial thing, and it has a thermostat on the back of it, but it's plugged in to a thermostat controlled, electrical outlet. So I just plug into that and set the thermostat, and in fact, it was great, springtime when it was still cold, it was nice.
Yeah.
Well, if you need any extra parts or anything, and you can make it down this way, like timers or anything, my trustee just copped a grow, and he cleaned it up, all the lights, everything, man, inside of this place, timers, everything, man. So I think he just wants to get it out of there. So because he bought a house and all this stuff was just left there, like serious.
I'll hit you up and see what's available. I'll be interested in some of it. Probably.
He's sending me supposed to be sending me a whole picture list. That's what I'm waiting to get because I might be interested in some of it, but not. I already got really good gear, but there might be a couple of things I'd want. But if you need anything, he asked me to ask around, and I forgot about you being local. So,
yeah, I'll
but
check
he's
it out.
got timers, fans, lights, but most of them are old school, like the 1,000-watt metal halides. But he said there are a few LEDs in there and so forth. But I got all that, but I need some smaller stuff. But I think he's given most of it away, as far as I know, man. So
I've really enjoyed being growing in the greenhouse. It's so different than even being outside. My plants are so sugary, and I have just I think more control. They don't get beat up by the wind. I don't know. There's just so much of a difference. I have a couple of plants outside, and the way the ones inside look compared to the other ones is like, holy fuck, they're just frost monsters. Looks like I'm growing in a tent or in a tent in a house, Yeah. It's pretty neat, actually.
There's the trucker, man.
How long before you cut down?
I'm probably next week. I'll probably pull down about 20 of my cherry pies that are the furthest along. They're about ready, and then I've got about 2 weeks on the other one. So I'm hoping to be out of there by Halloween.
Sweet. That's not that far off, man. You got a lot of work ahead of you.
Yeah, I got my buddy is going to come and help me harvest. I'm just doing all of it for fresh frozen for hash and hydrocarbon extraction, so we don't have to trim it and dry it and cure it or anything. So we're just gonna chop it down and that literally buck all the nugs off of the plant and freeze them, put them in the deep freezer.
Right,
My buddy picks up the freezer. So yeah, I'm gonna have 2 other people help me. It shouldn't be too bad, and we don't have to worry. Just as fast as we can get it down and just clip them in Jimmy C. Just clip them into the bags and freeze them,
Yeah. This distillate I just picked up, I guess that's what it's called, or mixed, but it's one of these cartridges, man. It's like that guava something. And it was 98%, man. A couple of hits off that just puts me in orbit.
Nice.
But yeah, man, shit, if you make it down, or I don't know if you have my email or not, but it's on my About page, but
yeah, I'll get you up.
I know he wants to dump this equipment because he wants to get it out of the place. He wants to keep some, I guess, to experiment with, but I'm pretty certain he just wants to get rid of the majority of it because he just doesn't have the room to store it. So if you want to get in on it, man, just hit me up and then I'll plug you in, and you can talk to him about it,
Yeah, everything's getting sticky. I've been just on murders, killing stuff, pulling branches and leaves and fucking caterpillars. Spending all my time just de-leafing and pulling all these bottom branches off, and they got little tiny nugs on them, but I won't. Whoa, that's pretty hot there, bud.
Man.
Well, I'd call that a hot rod.
Well, but good seeing you, everybody, man. I got dinner in the oven. I got to get out of here and go pull it out here in a minute. So, good seeing you guys, man. Stay safe and stay high, everybody, man.
All right, Neil. Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate the visit.
Yeah, good talking to you again, AJ. Thanks for dropping by the live, man. I appreciate that.
And take it easy. Cheers.
Yeah, keep in touch, man. Cheers.
There's some little rosin. Ooh.
That's clay. That's not Deb's. That's wild.
It is some case Moors, which is cookies and Prolific Coast Seeds #1, his cut of OG. Coleman, the grower.
Oh, very good. Total terpenes 11%. Very good. How big of a dab do you normally do? Like a tea-sized amount? I don't like dab. Oh, okay. So like
That looks good.
it kind of looks like the stuff that you build fake teeth with.
Some hash rosin.
Oh, so fancy.
It is yummy.
Yeah. We'll bring back the star of the show.
Yeah, boy.
Wow.
Oh. Cheers.
Cheers, everybody. I'm smoking on this joint again,
Oh, nice.
or another joint
Very
again.
good.
So, cheers, everybody. Enjoy the flame, the magic. Yeah. This fire pit is in the same position as I was when I was a young man, but they have raised it up and packed it like level with sand and put like what the hell is the word I'm looking for? Like a barricade, but not that word. To keep the sand from falling out.
A little border.
Yeah, it's still not the word I'm looking for, but it's closer.
Retaining wall.
Yes, thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Retaining wall. To keep the sand from falling out and keep the fire pit level. So, but the fire pit that I had as a young man was actually quite a bit bigger than this because they were burnt. This property at one point was like a 30-year-old windrow when they did like power lines or something. I don't even know. So it was like completely undergrown with fallen, just deadfall that they threw in the ditch kind of thing. So they were burning a lot of stuff on this property.
Pretty neat. I've built quite a few paver patios and block patios and fucking fire pits like that, and stairs and retaining walls and tons of hardscape landscaping shit.
Yep. Well, the fire pit initially was just meant to be sand for economical reasons. Sand was cheaper and obviously fireproof. But due to circumstances beyond the control of my aunt, the neighbor's cat had like 7 cats, and they were using the fire pit as a litter box. So she opted to invest and brick it all out.
Yeah, neat.
So it is nice. I mean, considering it's a fire pit in a campsite on a lake, it's not that bad. I've seen worse. But my son, like, he was gung ho to do this, man. Gung ho. Like, I couldn't have interrupted him if I wanted to, because he was determined to beat that old guy in laying brick. Yeah, considering it's like I said, just a relatively, just done by amateurs. I mean, I did landscaping, so I understood the concept and how to do all that shit. But I didn't be like, I didn't get the level out. I'm just like, is it? I got a straight edge. It's a 2x4. The straightest 2x4 we got. Yeah.
Can I ask you a morbid question?
I love morbid questions. Fire away. I don't know if you're talking to me, but
I am talking to you.
let's roll the dice, Allie. Let's
All
roll
right. Have you ever found any dead things while being there?
Dead things.
Like decomposing things or oh no.
Live things here than I do anywhere else, but dead things. Really, not even since the cats arrived, which has been a number of years, because they pretty much pick everything up. But nope, not here. I can't say that I remember finding anything dead here specifically, other than a fish that I caught and killed myself.
Oh, you know what I saw today that was really cool? I'm throwing this a Halloween party, and so I went down to this bar where my friend was at to talk to him about it. And it's actually a world famous bar called the Waterfront Tavern, and like 3 different serial killers used to hung out in that bar. And anyways, it's actually on stilts, like on the water, in the bay, and like where this creek comes out into the bay, and the water kind of comes in from the bay. So, but anyways, there's this like area next to the bar where you can walk and like look into the water. The water goes underneath the road and up the creek into this park, and there's a hatchery up there. All the salmon are starting to run. So there's a bunch of Chinook and kings, and they're huge this year. They're just like, and there wasn't a shit ton of them, but there was a decent amount coming through already. But there was a big gray harbor seal that was chasing them and just kept like, it was hunting them, eating them, and you could stand on this thing and look over and see all these giant salmon just going around in a circle, because kind of where this area was, it was like the bars, like let's say it's like over here on one side, and then in here would be the area that was open. Well, there's water coming in this way from the bay, and then the creek's pouring out this way. There's kind of this little vortex area over on this area that was kind of dead and still. So the big, large amount of those salmon would get stuck over there, and they'd just be going around in this circle. Every once in a while, a few of them would feel the current and then swim up to it, up the creek, So where they were swimming around in that circle, this big gray harbor seal was just like, it was dark on the top, but when it was on its side or underneath, it was like totally white with spots. You could just see this big ass seal just swimming through the water, chasing these huge fish. And it was really cool. We sat there for like an hour watching him, and didn't come up out of the water at all. As soon as we thought he was going to, he just came up and poked his nose up and took a breath. And they could, an hour to an hour and a half, they can stay underwater. So, like, fuck, is that fucker going to get out of the water and eat a fish? And the dude next to me was like, no, he's probably eating like 3 or 4 of them. He just swim down there, and they can eat them down there. And they'll also like stash them like under rocks, make a pile of them, and then go eat all of them. They can eat them under the water and shit. I was like, whoa. And he's like, he's probably caught plenty of them, and they just eat them whole. They don't even have to chew them. I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. But they were huge. They were good, like anywhere from like 15 to 30 pounders already. They get up to like 50 or 60 pounds actually. They're big fish, like 18 inches to like 24 inches. Big fuckers, wild. Like huge. Chinook kings.
Yeah, salmon get big out there.
And these are king too, so they're like the Chinooks. So, and they're like right now one of the most expensive fish out there. They're like 19 or 20 bucks a pound or something. So we're watching like big giant school of $500 bills swim past you.
Yeah.
That was what's pretty cool. It's like, oh shit, you had a dip net right now. It's just
Well, and here's the thing: like, I grew up in that area. I ate all that fish, and I hated all that fish. I hate pink fish.
you do now.
No, I just don't like. I tried all the fish because I grew up in that area, right? Like, that's what they had. That's the fish
But
that
now
they
you
had.
don't like it.
No, I never liked it. I ate it because it was there, but I choked that shit down. But you put whitefish in front of me, and I'm like sucking it back.
Oh, I love me some good salmon. Not all of it though. Some of it's not just like tuna. Not all salmon is good. I don't really like the reds or pinks. Definitely not chum or but I really do like the like some of the silvers and the kings.
Yeah.
There's a certain salmon that comes out of like Alaska Copper River, the Copper River in Alaska, Copper River salmon, and that shit's oh my goodness. I like salmon.
I mean, and I have an appreciation for how people cook it. I mean, I had a cedar plank salmon done to the nines. It was delicious, but it's the texture of the meat. There's something about pink fish that I have a hard time. Like, I just can't do it. It tasted really good, but I'm just like, no, I can't. I just can't.
Some of it has like a certain like weird dryness to it, and it's so different than like the oily, greasy like consistency of like a good whitefish.
Yeah.
More of like this buttery, soft, flaky texture. I like them both. I really enjoy seafood and fish, and where I live, it's delicious. I mean, I've had it before where I've lived in different parts of this country, and not the same kind of experience as eating it. Not at all. And it's super fresh. It's like it's so yummy compared to like the difference is so crazy. Like even 2 or 3 days of it coming out of the water, it just there's like a weird funk to it after that you don't have when it's like immediately fresh.
Well, I've been on the East Coast. I spent some time out there as a kid, and I had some of the fresh stuff that they got out there. Like, and that's where I got my love of lobster. Oh my God,
So
is that
that's
shit
what I was
good.
just gonna say. The difference between like really fresh lobster that's why they have them alive. Like if there's no difference. There is a difference. I'm just no comparison is what I'm saying between
Yeah.
when you go to a restaurant, they're alive right there. So that's when they taste the best. Yeah, fresh fish is amazing compared to not fresh.
Yeah, but I live in a landlocked province in the middle of the country. We have a lot of lakes, but I don't do a lot of fishing because,
You live in Saskatchewan,
no, I live in Alberta.
Alberta. I've been to Alberta a
Yep.
few times.
I'm currently typically the closest I usually get to the border of Saskatchewan because it's like hop, skip, and jump that way as far as global terms go.
They can see you anyways, right?
Yeah. Like, if you were to put your finger on a map, I would be less than the distance between your finger and the map on the border.
What was I gonna say? That's a joke though. In Saskatchewan, it's so flat you can see from one side to the other.
Yes.
But no, my adopted father, my stepdad, was born in Lethbridge, and we go there often. We go to different things in like people's, funerals or holidays and different things like that. We go there, and then usually it would be in the fall, into the summer. We go to hockey camp in Lethbridge,
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. And,
Yeah, Alberta's got a really good hockey program. A lot of current NHL stars actually have come out of Southern Alberta.
yeah, the that in Lethbridge, that camp that they do is a bunch of professional NHL athletes or whatever would teach that and run the camp, and that's pretty cool.
Calgary, I know this is not as significant as NFL, but I follow CFL football. But Calgary for years was producing some of the best college football stars for the league, because in our league you need a certain amount of like Canadian born or Canadian resident content and on the field at any given time. So they're always looking for good Canadian football players. And Calgary for the league has been one of the best products for years in producing great football players.
I didn't know that the football was even a big thing in Canada.
Oh yeah, more so in my generation. Like I watched football like in the late '90s because I lived out on the coast, and the BC Lions were going to the Grey Cup a couple of times under Doug Flutie and whatever. So I mean that was kind of exciting, but I really didn't follow football. I was really into hockey at that point. And then I moved out here and saw my first live CFL game, and I'm like, I need to watch this like live all the time. Like, and I went to one game, and the next season I was a season ticket holder for 6 consecutive years. And the only reason I stopped is because I couldn't make every game because of my job.
Yeah, I got into like football a little bit. Never was really, and I'm not still, but I got into football a little bit. The years in Seattle when Seahawks were just tearing shit up, and yeah, I was pretty not be a football fan. If you did, you were an odd duck out, and you know you might get beat up, fucking left somewhere, fucking for saying you're not a football fan. But you know, there was a time when like the Seahawks won the Super Bowl, and they like came back from that. They had this big parade, and there was like fucking 80 to 100,000 people in this fucking parading through downtown Seattle, and they had like seismograph shit going off and like earthquake alerts, and like it's crazy. Like one of the loudest things ever measured on the planet like is the 12th man, which is like Seattle the football fans or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, hard not to be a football fan at that time. It was just
and I actually followed that because my favorite Calgary player was actually a Seahawk when they won that Super Bowl. He was sidelined, or he won it controversially, but he won it the next year because they won it like back to back or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But he actually played in the second Super Bowl, so he actually won his Super Bowl ring. But I have a game-worn jersey from him as a Calgary Stampeder, and that's Brandon Browning.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, he's like, in my opinion, he was one of the best players in his position that I had seen in the CFL in like a really long time. So I got an opportunity to buy his jersey, and I took it. It set me back $250, but it was worth it.
Yeah, so like outside of that, I really haven't followed football much at all. I really wasn't, but you know, just then I kind of did.
Sorry.
Yeah, when I was young,
That's all right, Allie.
I'd go up
I
there
forgive you.
So I've been up to Alberta, not too far around in there, and I was pretty young, like between the ages of probably like 8 and 12 or so is when I'd go up there for hockey camps. Remember that the year when I turned 13, I was actually at a different hockey camp that I go to in Colorado. This place in Colorado Springs, they had a like the Olympic training center there. When we go there, I went there for a camp that year. It was pretty neat playing hockey when I was young. We'd go to like play at all these rinks and all over the place in Colorado and like Utah, Montana. That league that I was in, it was pretty fun. Got to play at some really neat places like Air Force Base in Colorado Springs and like all these cool different places in Denver. They have all these different rinks and it's pretty fun. We had a really cool team for like our age group. As we went up, we were just like really all of us were good and we all played really good together. So like every age division we were in, we just like rocked through it, as we grew up. It's pretty cool. So we were on this pretty much in their state. We were just rocking everything there. And then we would travel and enter in all these other tournaments and that were in our division in all these other cities and stuff. So on the weekends, we practiced at home and really wouldn't have any at home league games or anything. Like when you're younger, we do all of that stuff. But as we got older, it wasn't enough of us really. So we just had like a traveling team and we'd practice all week. And then the weekends we'd be in a tournament somewhere. I spent most of my young years doing that, playing hockey. It was fun. It's cool shit.
Alrighty, folks. I'm going to hit this, and then I must go to bed because I'm very sleepy. But thank you for having me. ACB.
Hello. Maybe he can't hear
you. Maybe not. Oh well. Still gonna do this. Cheers.
Cheers.
Would you mind relaying the message? Because for some reason.
Can't hear.
Can you hear me? All right. Catch y'all later.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. Heck yeah.
Man, I was over at Jet Washes a little while ago and they were already twerking over there.
Holy cow.
Allie was supposed to be over there twerking too, but she's over here and hiding out.
Yeah. I can't believe Jimmy C did it. I didn't actually saw it. I wasn't as there to saw it, but I did saw the basically that part where he got up and did it.
You were on Jet Washes last night when he was showing us, right?
Yeah.
What happened to ACG? Are you still there? Fall asleep on us?
I'm not sure. Hope not. Four hours and 15 minutes doing live. Well, not counting the second.
Wonder what happened to him. You all right?
I'm not sure. ACG, you still there? I'm not sure.
We got some wood.
Yeah.
Well, and nature called as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thanks for stopping by, Ellie. Sorry I missed your exit.
Yeah, she said she's gonna run. And she said thanks for having her up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad I brought the leaf blower up. Man, I'd be done. I'd be just dead if I was raking today.
Yeah.
Well, I come up and I do stuff for my aunt while I'm up here, right? And
Yeah.
like it's fall, so I'm like, well, if I can get rid of 10 million leaves and she only has to deal with 10 million leaves, I think I'm doing her quite a bit of favor,
Yeah. Yeah.
But I clean the gutters and stuff because I mean she's 70 years old. I'm like, and she doesn't ever do ladders. Like I've never seen that woman on a ladder.
Yeah.
Or a stool or a chair. Yeah. She doesn't do that.
Minute and a half would be 4:20. You've been on live.
Well, I better roll a joint. That sounds like a good idea, man. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's smoke some weed.
Heck yeah.
Why not? I'm on vacation, right?
Yeah.
Hey, piss off, mosquito. You can't smoke my weed. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, because I got the work light going, it's actually attracting the bugs. Usually, as you said, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to smoke, mosquito. Get the fuck out of my weed. Another one. Get the fuck out of my weed. Oh man, that's so gross. They're attracted to the LED, right? So they're kind of dumb because it's cold.
Yeah. You think they'd be right up next to that light?
Well, it would. Every time the fire would die down, I'd be like, "Oh, I can't roll. I'm fucking rolling a joint in the dark." I'm like, "No, I brought the extension cord out so I could charge the phone." And,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I figured I'd do this at least once while I was up here, and well, fuck, it's a beautiful night.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost. There you go. 4:20 live time. Cheers.
All right, you joint roll. One more twist. There you go, fat finger. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, and my chore for, well, the rest of, as far as I know, the rest of this venture up here is to move wood from the wood pile to the wood shed.
Yeah.
And then, again, when I talk to my aunt, everyone will be like, "Oh, he didn't have to do that." It's just like, yeah, well, he did. Like, it won't surprise my aunt because she knows it's what I do. But the people that like she lets stay here and come on the property, it's just like, "Oh, who did that?" It's just like, "Oh, my nephew's." Just like, why? It's just like, cause, because that's what he does when he comes up here. He may relax, but he's just like, he's doing what he likes to do. He's just like dick around with shit and just keep on the move.
Yeah. Might as well get things done up there, and that's why you're right there.
Yeah, and then once it gets dark, because there's
Yeah.
no power out here,
Yeah.
you just chill by the fire and have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a really long time for my my folks and my aunt and uncle to understand. Like, I'd sit out here with a roaring fire in the piss and rain, and they're just like, "Why is he out there?" He's just like, "You know what? That's what he wants to do."
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, when you're cooped up with adults and you're like a teenager and you're the only teenager, because my sister sometimes wouldn't come up with us. And I'm like, I love coming here, so I always came. And so it's just like, it was me and like 4 adults. And I'm like, I'm going to go start a fire, have a rip roaring fire, and I'm going to roast some marshmallows, and I'm going to have a good time by myself.
Yeah.
And just enjoy, listening to the rain, even though, because back then I didn't hate rain as much as I do now, but I just kind of tolerated it because everywhere I went, it rained.
Yeah.
But the weather gods are in great favor of when I come up here, because I haven't really had a bad weather experience in a really long time. I think the last time I was up here and then like the weather was like, holy crap. I actually tented it up here because it was a funeral. And me and my wife now were tenting in the front yard here.
Yeah.
And there was like a windstorm and a thunderstorm. There's a little bit of hail. And so we pulled out this tarp. This tarp was enormous, like way too big for what we needed. And it was like the wind was catching it and we were just having one hell of a time. So we just like sort of like tucked it under the tent just to keep the tent from like being completely soaked, and like we slept outside here, and that was like over 15 years ago that incident happened. I'm just like, I haven't had like, holy crap, like the power went out, the thunderstorm, or like a severe like snowstorm or something, like, because they can't get the random like heavy snow up here in like still in like spring and fall and like early fall and stuff, right?
Yeah. So by listening to you guys, it sounds like you guys get more snow in Maine does, and they say Maine is known for the snow.
Oh, they can get a lot of snow here. Not where I live, but in this part of the province, they can get a lot of snow up here.
Yeah. I think it was CJ was telling me that ain't nothing to have like a 3 feet snowstorm.
They can get that here. That's highly unlikely where I live, though. No.
Yeah.
A 3 foot snowstorm. I mean, that's like a once in a decade occurrence.
Yeah.
It's because my humidity is so low in the wintertime that
Yeah.
there's not a lot of moisture to make snow. So
Yeah.
I get the super extreme cold, but not the snow.
Yeah.
So, because snow insulates the ground when you get a lot of it.
Yeah.
So that's where like a lot of bugs will overwinter, and it'll actually help certain plants to overwinter as well because they have that insulating snow. But I don't get that. I just get extreme cold and very little snow.
Oh wow.
My average rainfall, and I don't know if this includes snowfall, but we'll just go with rainfall, is 16.5 inches a year.
Oh wow.
So it is dry here. That's like California level dry.
Yeah.
And I am thankful for the dryness because, man, humidity and extreme barometric pressure changes are not good for my body.
No.
No. Living on the coast, holy crap, when the barometric pressure changed, I'm just like, I hate my body. I feel like there's a hole in this joint, but I don't see it. I like smoked a quarter of this. I haven't got a good hit off the goddamn thing.
Oh wow.
Come on, man. All I want to do is get high.
So that hole is messing you up. You can find it. You can put your finger over it.
Come on. Okay, this joint is pissing me off. Joint. Friggin' joint. Do dab instead.
Yeah.
Fuck that noise. I'm gonna get fucking super high. Dabblicious. Yes, I'm ghetto. Not that you can see it, but I light my torch with a lighter.
Yeah.
That was stupid piece of shit. I'm a fumble butt.
Well, you fellas enjoy the fire. I'm gonna head out of here. Thanks for having me up, ACG.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. Cheers.
Yeah, have a good one.
Have a good one, Ben.
See you around, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a fire is peaceful.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed
Yeah.
campfire.
Yeah.
When my wife and I bought our house, that was really was a selling point for me. I'm like, oh, it's got a fire pit. Oh, cool. I'm down with that. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Oh shit! I stepped on my tray. Bang. Where I put things. Yeah. There's a. I don't know. You can't see it. And even if I picked you up and tried to show you, the flames would totally drown it out. But there's a log in there. It looks like just the way that one portion is more burnt. It looks like a handle of a club. Like I could pick it up if it wasn't on fire and just be like,
Yeah.
smack you with the club. It's all about the
Yeah.
I need a bit. This pop looks very tasty.
Yeah.
Where are those marshmallows at? There. Marshmallow. You like one, Maine? You like a marshmallow?
Yeah. Yeah. If I can grab
they're
it,
super
right?
fresh. They're not like crusty at all.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, there's a fucking mosquito in my marshmallow bag. Fuck off. They're everywhere. Should catch him and using his fucking. Oh, there's no one. These must be males or something, because man, no mosquito has pestered me all night. Just
Yeah.
after my sweet shit.
Yeah.
Dubious, man. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, see you in my bag, you motherfuckers. Take that. Try and get my marshmallows now.
Yeah.
I'm totally gonna drop these, but it's like, hello, man. Mm. Boy, too fast. Give myself the hiccups, mean.
Oh.
Yep. There are certain foods, marshmallows happen to be one of them, and that if I eat too fast, I give myself the hiccups. And I give myself some pretty bad hiccups. Like, if I eat just a large quantity of bread, so like a sandwich with too much bread or not enough stuff in it that the bread is like, there's more bread than whatever it is.
Yeah.
That'll give me the hiccups if I eat it too fast. Pasta will do that to me as well. It's weird. Yeah. It's like like things that are high in carbohydrates will give me the hiccups if I eat them too quickly.
Oh wow.
wife's like, you're eating too fast. I'm like, for like literally everything. And then she started to figure out which ones. And I'm just like, yeah, I know. I'm just like, but I don't care.
Yeah.
My club has disappeared. The knob, the handle fell off the club. Oh, I heard that. I heard it. What we got there? CJ. Oh. Hello, CJ.
Hello, ACG.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Welcome to my fire stream.
Thank you. Hey, Jamie, in the chat. I got coffee and Timbits.
Oh, Timbits. I'm jelly.
You got a who? Coffee? What? Oh. There you
You
go.
might call them donut holes. We call them
Yeah.
Timbits.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And,
So depending on where you are in America, you may
Yeah.
not know what a Timbit is. So it is
No, I
a
didn't.
donut hole.
Oh, yeah.
And I went to. They know me now. They know me by name. They know my order, which is pretty sad. And
You are a bland customer.
yes. Anyway, I'm like, if I get Timbits, can you just give me a couple extra? She's like, Connor, they will go in the garbage in about half hour. Okay. Because the fresh ones will be done at 2 or 2:30. So I get a 20-pack, and you couldn't even shut it.
Oh, wow.
Timbits were literally falling out of it.
Yes. Yes, sir. And I am Timbits are like, I don't go to Tim Hortons very often. I like their peach drink, their bottled peach juice there that they have. But Timbits are like my all-time, like when my wife's like, I'm going to Tim Hortons, what do you want? I'm like, I want a 50-pack. Like, and I might share, and I emphasize might.
You like
But
me?
I eat them. I usually eat them all.
Like normally with me, I will go get like a 20-pack or 40-pack, and go do something, and then I got a brainwave. I got Timbits, and then I play the. Where did I put them last?
Yeah, I'll pretty much do the same thing. I'm like, that's why I get the big box, because I'm like, that's multiple snackings right there. Just like, I get my initial fill, set them down, like, because I pick them up, or she'll pick them up, and then she'll give them to me, and I'm like, I'll savage them initially, and I'll set them down when I'm done with that initial fill, and I'll forget about them because I'm like, I don't need no more Timbits right now.
Wait, seriously.
And then I'll be like, yeah, like you said, doing something else. I'll be like, come back. I'll be like, I walk by the room with Timbits. There's Timbits in there. Go in, eat a few Timbits. It's like, that was good. What was I doing? Oh yeah.
So this morning, my afternoon, because I'm a night, so I didn't wake up until about 3. So my morning, which was actually like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because on my nights, anyway, Mom had to move my car. No big deal. I'm like, don't park it in the grass because for whatever fucking reason, whenever you park any vehicle on the grass, Buds has a fucking target. Like, I get bullshit all of my vehicle right now. Like, if you park on the road, they don't use it as a fucking target. But though, if you park it on the grass, they'll be like, hey, look, guys, this is a target. Let's see if we hit it. Honestly, I paid like $9 to get my car washed on Friday. It's now what, Monday? Not even 2 days later or 3 days later, my vehicle is covered in bullshit. Thanks, Mom.
Wow.
Thanks, Mom. Fuck.
When I showed up here yesterday, I pulled up because there's two entrances to this, and I pulled up the more like dramatic one with the because I was live streaming with GamPro on the way up, and I just like here's the the shot of the cabin. It was actually really beautiful, but my aunt didn't hear me come up, and because I guess she was snoozing in the backyard, so I pulled up, scared the shit out of her or whatever, sat down, we had a chit chat, and I guess she noticed something fall in her car. I looked over and it was just this huge fucking wad of bird shit that's fucking red. I'm like, oh, that bird was eating some berries. And she's just like, that's bird shit, isn't it? I'm like, yep. Oh, and her car is white, so it stood out like a sore thumb.
My vehicle is like a gunmetal gray. So white shit stands out like a sore thumb too. Like I have like a gunmetal gray, and it's anything white or like fuck. But I love this color because I don't have to wash it. Like I don't really have to wash it because it doesn't matter. It still looks relatively clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how long are you staying there for, ACG?
Up Friday or Saturday, I think. I haven't quite decided.
You got a week, damn near.
Yeah. It really kind of depends on how homesick I get, because I'm like I said, I'm up here alone. I mean, my dog is up here, and but he's geriatric and shit, and it's just like I take him outside and I start doing something, and he just fucking gets annoying. He just wants to go back inside and fucking sleep, and I'm like, okay, well, because that's kind of what this trip is a little bit about, and just spending time with my dog before he goes, so.
Okay.
Because it's not a decision that is nature, I think, is going to hand to me. I think it's a decision that I'm going to have to make. So, spending time with him, and, this is a place that he's always felt comfortable and always enjoyed and, found relaxing. Like, he's so fucking chill when we're up here, man. Like, he's not as obnoxious when he's here.
Okay.
So he's so chill. He's so chill when we're here.
Wow.
So.
Well, I was over at Bon Holio's, and he was like, ACG's life. I'm like, hey, I gotta go say hi before I go in, because chances are when I come out for my next break, you'll be gone. So.
Yeah, I put in a shift, that's for sure. It's I took a brief rest and stacked on the last of the wood from that cart. So
Well,
So I'll probably
guys,
call it about 5 hours. So I'd say probably 15 more minutes. I'll stay up.
Yeah.
that's how much break I got left is 15 minutes. So,
Cool, man.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm at work right now, so obviously.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Well, smoke them if you got them.
Yeah.
And
wait.
cheers and all that.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody who came and enjoyed the show because, you know, this literally, I think you saw me for maybe 5 seconds at the beginning of the show, and it's just like, hey, yeah, this is literally what this stream is about. Here, you want to watch Campfire?
I can
Yeah.
watch campfires for hours, man. I love them.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about campfires. I can really stare at that. Like I love it. I don't know what it is about campfires. I
think they're so relaxing too.
Yeah. Oh. I seen a big campfire last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. A recycling plant went boom.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Yeah, like my local recycling plant caught on fire.
Wow.
That is just wild.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? And the rumor has it was an inside job.
It was an inside job, eh? So
Yeah,
they figure it's deliberate and an inside job.
Yeah. Because from what I've been hearing, this is what I've been hearing is that well it got started, there was no machinery that could do it, and about I don't know, 25,000 plastic bottles were there in a mound.
Wow. That's
So
a lot of combustible material.
yeah. So that's what everyone says. Because yes, there's machines running there 24/7, like fork trucks, presses to press down and shit. But though, where it started from, there no way in hell it could have been like it started where there's, for one, no cameras there, for one, and two, there was about 25,000 plastic bottles there. So
Spontaneous combustion, man. That's the only answer to that conundrum. Everything's spontaneously combusted due to the concentration of bottle gases from improper cleaning, and it's all the company's fault.
yeah, pretty much. But now, like I said, the fire marshal said there was suspicious activity, or like suspicious this basically they said this fire had to start from suspicious activity or like whatever. So
Yeah.
But if you go on Instagram, I have pictures and a video or two up on the Instagram. So if you want to get fucking nosy, just look up me on Instagram, and I believe that was like last night or the night before. Within the last couple of nights, it was no, it was last night. Yeah, it was last night. So anyway, guys, I will cut. Oh my god, I will talk to you guys later. Blah.
Okay.
All right, CJ, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, man.
I
Thanks for having
appreciate that.
me. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, later, CJ.
And I would stay for longer, but like I'm like 13 minutes past my break.
Uh-oh.
Slow
But,
time. Yay!
But though you get it. You get it. You get it. It's fucking so slow right now. So anyway, guys, talk to you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Cheers, CJ.
That's it. Cheers.
Well, man, I think I'm going to call it too. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah.
Hanging
okay.
out,
Yeah,
chilling
sure.
by the fire with me. So
Yeah.
everyone who was on panel, everyone in chat, much love. Cheers to all.
Yeah,
To all
cheers.
a good high.
Thanks for having me up, too. Peace out, everybody.